Hello beautiful people. Welcome to Proxima What If. In today's episode, we explore, what if Harry was raised by Nicolas Flamel and arrived at Hogwarts with the true Philosopher's Stone? Hit like, subscribe, and join our community of story lovers. Let's begin. Chapter 1, The Alchemist's Boy. The morning Harry Potter turned 11, he woke to the smell of burnt sulfur and roses. He lay still for a moment, staring at the ceiling of his bedroom, high, vaulted, the ancient stones threaded with copper wire that caught the dawn light streaming through tall windows and turned it amber. The sulfur meant Nicholas was working on the ash sequence again. The roses meant Perenelle had opened the garden doors to air out the east wing before the fumes set off the war chimes for the third time this week. Harry stretched, swung his legs off the bed, and padded barefoot across cool stone to the window. The estate sprawled below him in the soft gold haze of a Provençal July, lavender fields to the south, the silver ribbon of the Durance River cutting through the valley, and directly below, Nicolas Flamel's workshop, from which a thin column of greenish smoke was rising in a lazy spiral that occasionally formed the shape of a bird before dissolving. He dressed quickly. Linen trousers, a loose shirt, leather sandals. His wand, 11 inches, vine wood, phoenix feather core, given to him by Nicholas on his 9th birthday, went into the loop at his belt the way another boy might carry a pocketknife. He caught his reflection in the old mirror by the door. Dark hair that never behaved. Green eyes. The scar, always the scar, a thin lightning bolt that he'd stopped asking about years ago because Nicholas always got the same look on his face, the one that meant the answer was coming, but not yet. Today felt like a, yet, sort of day. He took the stairs 3 at a time, past the portrait of Hermes Trismegistus that muttered Greek proverbs at anyone who moved too fast, through the gallery where bottled starlight hummed on shelves older than most countries, and out through the kitchen where Perenelle had left a plate of tartines with apricot jam and a note that read, "Eat before you go down there." He forgot again. Harry ate. Then he crossed the courtyard, ducked under the jasmine archway, and pushed open the heavy oak door of the workshop. The space inside was vast and chaotic in the way that only 6 centuries of continuous occupation could produce. Workbenches ran along every wall, laden with alembics, crucibles, sheaves of parchment covered in notation systems that mixed Latin with Arabic with symbols Nicholas had invented himself. The great Athanor, the alchemical furnace at the room's center, radiated a low, steady heat that never went out. Shelves held hundreds of jars containing substances ranging from mundane iron filings to things that didn't have names in any language Harry knew. The air tasted of metal and ozone and something sweet underneath, like honey left in the sun. Nicolas Flamel stood at the far bench with his back to the door, his white hair pulled into a loose tail, his sleeves rolled to the elbows, both hands steady over a crucible that glowed the deep red of a dying star. He was 665 years old, and he looked perhaps 70, lean, weathered, with the kind of face that suggested he'd found most of those 6 centuries privately amusing. "You're going to crack it," Harry said from the doorway. "I am not going to crack it. You cracked the last 3. Those were inferior vessels. This one I've been seasoning since the fall of Constantinople." Nicholas didn't look up. "There's a letter for you on the side table. Delivered by Owl about an hour ago." British Owl. Looked thoroughly confused by the wards. "I had to go out and fetch it myself." Harry glanced at the side table. A thick envelope sat there, sealed with purple wax bearing a coat of arms he recognized from Nicholas's books. A lion, a snake, a badger, and an eagle surrounding a large letter H. His stomach did something complicated. "Hogwarts," he said. "Hogwarts," Nicholas confirmed. He set down his tongs, wiped his hands on his apron, and turned around. His eyes, pale blue, sharp as cut glass, found Harry's face and stayed there. "Happy birthday, my boy." Harry picked up the envelope. The parchment was heavy, expensive. The green ink on the front read, "Mr. H. Potter, the South Bedroom, Flamel Estate, Durance Valley, Provence, France." "They know where I am," Harry said. "They've always known." Albus may disagree with my methods, but he's never been foolish enough to lose track of you entirely. Nicholas pulled a stool from under the bench and sat, gesturing for Harry to do the same. Open it. Harry broke the seal. The letter inside was exactly what he'd expected, acceptance to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, signed by Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall, with an enclosed list of required books and supplies. First years were permitted an owl, a cat, or a toad. Term began September 1st. He read it twice, then set it down. You knew this was coming, he said. It wasn't a question. I've known since the night I took you from that doorstep. There it was. The look. The one that meant now. Nicholas stood and crossed to the Athanor. He rested one hand on its warm surface, the way a man might touch a very old friend, and was quiet for a long moment. I've told you about your parents, he said. James and Lily Potter. Killed when I was 1 year old. You said it was a war. It was. And it wasn't. Wars have sides, armies, treaties. What happened in Britain was more like a disease. Nicholas turned back to him. There was a wizard, there is a wizard, though that word is generous, named Tom Riddle. He called himself Lord Voldemort. He was brilliant, charismatic, and utterly without conscience. He wanted to rule the wizarding world and purge it of anyone he deemed unworthy, muggle-borns, half-bloods who wouldn't kneel, anyone who stood in his way. He gathered followers. He waged a terror campaign for over a decade. Your parents fought against him. They were very brave. And he killed them. He came to your house on the night of October 31st, 1981. He killed your father first. Then your mother. Then he turned his wand on you. Nicholas paused. And something happened that has never happened before in all the centuries I have studied magic. The killing curse, an act of absolute destruction, rebounded. Voldemort's body was obliterated. You survived with nothing but that scar. Harry's hand went to his forehead, as it always did when the scar came up. The thin ridge of raised tissue under his fingertips. He'd grown up with it. It was as familiar as his own knuckles. My mother, he said slowly. You told me once she was extraordinary. Lily Potter was one of the most gifted witches of her generation. What she did that night, the protection she placed on you, it was love, Harry. Not the word people use to sell greeting cards. Real love. The kind that rewrites the rules of magic. She chose to die so that you would live. That choice created a shield that Voldemort's curse couldn't penetrate. Harry was quiet. He'd always known pieces of this. Nicholas had fed him the truth in careful portions over the years, the way he taught alchemy, one principle at a time, each building on the last, never more than the student could integrate. But hearing it laid out like this, complete, on the morning of his 11th birthday, with the Hogwarts letter still warm in his hand, it felt like the moment in a transmutation when the elements stopped being separate things and became something new. Why did you take me? He asked. The truth. All of it. Nicholas nodded, as though he'd been waiting for this exact question for 10 years. After Voldemort fell, Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, and the closest thing to a friend I have in Britain, placed you with your mother's sister. A Muggle family. The Dursleys. The ones in Surrey. You know about them? Perenelle told me. She said they were awful. The corner of Nicholas's mouth twitched. Perenelle has strong opinions. She is also, in this case, correct. They are, limited people. Frightened of magic. Dumbledore's reasoning was sound in its way. Your mother's sacrifice created a blood protection, and placing you with her closest living blood relative would anchor that protection and keep you hidden from Voldemort's remaining followers. The logic was impeccable. But I have lived for 600 years, and I have learned that impeccable logic applied to a living child is still just theory. Nicholas's voice was calm, but there was something underneath it, an old anger, carefully contained. I visited Surrey 3 days after Dumbledore placed you there. I wanted to see for myself. I found an infant sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs with a letter pinned to his blanket. The house was cold. No one had checked on you in hours. Your aunt had put you there the way someone might store a piece of luggage they wished they could return. Harry said nothing. He'd known he was unwanted there. The knowing had never particularly hurt. It was hard to mourn a life you'd never lived, but hearing it described made something tighten behind his ribs. I picked you up, Nicholas continued. You were very small and very quiet. You had your mother's eyes. And I felt, he stopped. Started again. When you have lived as long as I have, you become attuned to certain things. Magical resonances. Currents beneath the surface. When I held you, I felt 2 things. The first was your mother's protection, a warmth, a light, unmistakable. The second was something else. Something dark. Lodged in your scar like a splinter. Harry's hand pressed harder against the scar. What is it? We will come to that. Not today. Soon. Nicholas held up a hand before Harry could protest. I am not withholding this to be cruel or mysterious. I am withholding it because there are things I need to prepare before you know, and because knowing will change things for you in ways I want you to be ready for. You have trusted me for 10 years. I am asking for a little more time. Harry studied the old man's face. In 10 years, Nicholas had never lied to him. Had never broken a promise. Had answered every question Harry asked with either the truth or an honest admission that the answer wasn't ready yet. He'd earned this. Fine, Harry said. But soon. Soon. You have my word. Nicholas let out a breath. Where was I? You stole me from my aunt's cupboard. I prefer liberated. I brought you here. Perenelle and I raised you. I informed Dumbledore what I had done. He was displeased. Displeased, Harry repeated flatly. He arrived at this estate within 6 hours. We argued for the better part of 3 days. He believes, that the blood protection was paramount. That nothing was more important than keeping you safe from Voldemort's followers. I believe that keeping you safe and keeping you well were not the same thing, and that an alchemist with 6 centuries of defensive wards could protect one baby at least as effectively as a terrified Muggle woman who'd locked him in a cupboard. Who won? Nobody wins an argument with Albus Dumbledore. You simply continue disagreeing until he leaves. But I had possession, and he had, I think, enough doubt about the Dursleys to let it stand. We reached an understanding. I would raise you. He would monitor from a distance. And when you turned 11, you would go to Hogwarts. Why Hogwarts specifically? You could have taught me everything. Nicholas smiled. I could have taught you everything I know. That is not the same thing. I am an alchemist. I see the world through the lens of transmutation, every problem as a formula, every relationship as a reaction. This has served me well, but it is a limited perspective. You need teachers who think differently than I do. You need peers. You need to be challenged by minds that don't already agree with yours. He paused. And you need to go to Britain. Your parents fought for that world. You belong to it, whether you've lived there or not. Harry looked down at the letter again. Tell me about Dumbledore. What's he like? Brilliant. Compassionate. Manipulative. The most powerful wizard alive, and he knows it, and he is wise enough to be frightened by it most of the time. He will try to shape you, Harry. He shapes everyone, it's how he thinks. He sees the world as a vast chess game and believes, genuinely, that he can see more moves ahead than anyone else. He is usually right. This makes him very effective and very dangerous. Is he good? Yes. I believe so. But good men with great power make great mistakes, and Albus has made his share. Nicholas straightened. He will want to control you. Your education, your knowledge, your choices. He will do it kindly. He will have excellent reasons. You will need to decide for yourself how much leash to give him. And how much should I? Enough to learn from him. Not enough to lose yourself. Nicholas reached into the pocket of his apron and pulled out something that caught the morning light like a trapped sunrise. Now. I have a birthday present for you. It was a stone. About the size of a large marble, deep crimson, and from the moment Harry saw it, he felt it, a resonance, a hum, like a tuning fork struck in the center of his chest. It was warm. It was alive, or something close to it. The air around it shimmered faintly, the way air shimmers above hot pavement. Harry knew what it was. He'd studied the theory for 3 years. He'd watched Nicholas work on its refinement. He'd handled fragments, lesser iterations, failed attempts that still contained enough power to transmute lead into gold or distill water into the elixir of life. But this was different. This was the stone. The original. The perfection. Nicholas, he said carefully. That's the philosopher's stone. The true philosopher's stone. Yes. I gave Albus a replica several years ago, functional, but limited. A copy of a copy. It can produce the elixir and transmute base metals, but it's a candle next to this sun. He held it out. This is the culmination of my life's work. 6 centuries of refinement. It is, as far as I know, the single most powerful magical object in existence. Harry didn't take it. Why are you giving it to me? Because Perenelle and I have decided to die. The workshop went very quiet. Even the Athanor seemed to dim. What? We have lived for 665 years. We have seen empires rise and fall. We have loved each other for longer than most civilizations last. And we are tired, Harry. Not of each other, never of each other, but of the weight of it. Of watching the world change and knowing we do not change with it. We have discussed this for decades. It is time. You can't, Harry's voice cracked. He stopped. Started again. Nicholas. I am not dying today. Nor tomorrow. We have enough elixir stored to last several more months. I intend to see you settled at Hogwarts. I intend to be here when you come home for Christmas. But by spring, he shrugged. The gesture was impossibly gentle. By spring, we will be done. Harry stared at the stone in Nicholas's outstretched palm. The hum was still there, resonating with something inside him, something that felt like his own heartbeat. If I take it, he said, I could make more elixir. I could keep you alive. You could. And I am asking you not to. That's not fair. No. It isn't. Nicholas's eyes were bright. But fairness is a human invention, and a young one at that. What I am asking for is mercy. The mercy of an ending. Perenelle and I have earned our rest, and we will not have it taken from us by love, not even yours. Harry's throat was tight. He wanted to argue. Every part of him wanted to argue. But Nicholas had spent 10 years teaching him the first and most important law of alchemy: you cannot transmute something into what it does not wish to become. He reached out and took the stone. The moment it touched his skin, the world shifted. Not visibly, nothing changed in the workshop, nothing moved or broke or caught fire. But Harry felt his own magic respond to the stone like a river meeting the sea. The hum deepened. His scar prickled, then subsided. The stone grew warm in his palm, then warmer, then settled into a steady heat that matched his pulse exactly. It's bonding to you, Nicholas said quietly. I've been preparing it for this. The stone responds to the wielder's magical core, attunes to it, amplifies it. It will take time for the bond to fully mature, but from this moment, the stone is yours. No one else can use it. No one else can take it from you. Harry closed his fingers around it. It felt like holding a tiny heart. How do I carry it? However you like. Pocket, pouch, chain around your neck. It's indestructible, so don't worry about damaging it. But I'd recommend keeping it close to your skin. The bond strengthens with proximity. Harry slipped the stone into his trouser pocket. He could feel it there, warm against his thigh, pulsing gently. Won't people notice? People notice what they expect to see. An 11-year-old boy carrying the Philosopher's Stone is so far outside anyone's expectations that you could show it to them and they'd assume it was a marble. Nicholas tilted his head. That said, Dumbledore will sense it. He spent enough time studying my replica to recognize the real thing. And there may be others, anyone sensitive to alchemical resonance, anyone who knows what to look for. Should I hide it? Should you? Harry thought about it. No. If it's mine, it's mine. I'm not going to pretend I don't have it. Good. Nicholas smiled, the warm, crinkled smile that Harry had known for as long as he could remember. That's very good. They spent the rest of the morning in the workshop. Not working, just talking. Nicholas told him stories about Hogwarts, about the founders, about the castle's peculiarities and hidden passages. He told him about the teachers, McGonagall, stern and fair and secretly sentimental. Flitwick, a dueling champion trapped in the body of a very small man. Snape, and here Nicholas paused. Severus Snape teaches potions. He was a follower of Voldemort who turned spy for Dumbledore before the war ended. He was also in love with your mother. Harry blinked. What? They grew up together. He loved her from childhood. She chose your father instead. Snape never forgave either of them for it, and he has spent the last decade pickling in his own bitterness. He will hate you on sight because you look like James. He will protect you with his life because you have Lily's eyes. He is a deeply unpleasant man, and you should not take anything he says personally. Sounds delightful. He is an extraordinary potioneer. Learn what you can from him and try not to let him provoke you. Nicholas hesitated. There is one more thing. A professor I am less certain about. Quirinus Quirrell, he teaches defense against the dark arts. I met him once, years ago. He was a nervous, bookish man, entirely unremarkable. But Albus mentioned in his last letter that Quirrell spent a sabbatical year traveling in Eastern Europe, and when he returned, something about him had changed. Changed how? Albus didn't say. Which means either he doesn't know or he wants to find out for himself. Either way, be cautious. Perenelle found them at noon, carrying a basket of bread, cheese, cold chicken, and a bottle of wine that she set down on the least cluttered workbench with the practiced ease of someone who'd been doing this for centuries. She was smaller than Nicholas, sharp-featured, with silver hair cropped close and dark eyes that missed nothing. She kissed Harry on the forehead, wished him happy birthday, and informed Nicholas that if he didn't eat something before dinner she was going to transmute his favorite armchair into a goat. They ate together, the three of them, in the warm workshop with the Athanor humming in the afternoon light slanting through the high windows. Perenelle asked about the letter. Harry showed her. She read it with a carefully neutral expression and then said, well. I suppose they'll have to cope with you. Cope with me? You've been trained by the greatest alchemist in history, you're carrying the most powerful magical artifact ever created, and you have your mother's stubbornness and your father's complete inability to leave well enough alone. Hogwarts isn't ready for you, darling. But that's rather the point. 3 weeks later, Harry stood on the cobblestones of Diagon Alley and understood for the first time what it meant to be famous. Nicholas had arranged for a portkey to London, a battered tin cup that deposited Harry in the back room of the leaky cauldron with a nauseating lurch. He'd traveled by portkey before, but he still hated the sensation. Like being hooked behind the navel and yanked through a straw. The pub was dim and shabby, full of witches and wizards in various states of shabbiness themselves. Harry moved through the crowd toward the back, looking for the entrance Nicholas had described, tapped the right brick, 3 up and 2 across, when the barman, a stooped, bald man named Tom, glanced at him and froze. "Bless my soul," Tom whispered. "Harry Potter." Every head in the pub turned. Harry felt the weight of their attention like a physical thing, dozens of eyes, widening, fixing on his scar. And then the noise started. "Harry Potter, it's Harry Potter, where's he been all these years? Merlin, he's the spitting image of James." People were standing up, pushing toward him, reaching out to shake his hand. A witch in a purple hat was crying. A very old man in a top hat bowed so deeply his nose nearly touched the floor. Harry stood still and let it wash over him. Nicholas had warned him about this. "They'll treat you like a symbol," he'd said. "A banner, a talisman. The boy who ended the war. They don't know you. Don't hold it against them, but don't let it define you, either." "Thank you," Harry said to the room, clearly and without embarrassment. "It's nice to meet everyone. I'm here to buy my school things, so if you'll excuse me." He moved through the crowd with polite firmness, shaking the hands that were thrust at him, nodding at the tearful faces, and not stopping. By the time he reached the back wall, he'd extricated himself from no fewer than 15 handshakes and 1 attempted hug from the crying witch. He tapped the bricks. The wall opened. Diagon alley spread before him, narrow and winding and bursting with color, and Harry forgot about fame entirely because the magic here was extraordinary. Not the magic in the shops, though that was impressive enough, cauldrons stacked in towers outside the apothecary, owls hooting from the emporium, broomsticks gleaming in quality Quidditch supplies. What struck Harry was the ambient magic, the sheer density of it. In Flamel's estate, the magic was deep and old and carefully structured, like a symphony. Here it was a street market, chaotic, overlapping, alive. Dozens of different magical signatures jostling against each other, wards layered over wards, enchantments leaking from shop windows. Harry could feel it all. The stone in his pocket pulsed with each new resonance, cataloging, responding. He'd spent years learning to read magical signatures the way other people read faces, and Diagon Alley was a crowd scene. He bought his supplies methodically. Robes at Madame Malkin's, where a pale blonde boy with a pointed face was already being fitted and spent the entire time talking about his father's opinions on various subjects. Harry listened politely and didn't comment. Books at Flourish and Blots. He already owned most of the required texts in Nicholas's library, but he bought fresh copies anyway. A cauldron, telescope, files, and scales. Potion ingredients. Ollivander's was last. The shop was tiny and dusty and hummed with the restrained power of thousands of wands packed into narrow boxes on shelves that stretched to the ceiling. The old wand maker appeared from the back like a moth emerging from between pages, his wide pale eyes finding Harry's scar immediately. "Ah," said Mr. Ollivander. "Yes. I thought I'd be seeing you soon, Harry Potter. You have your mother's eyes." "So I'm told. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single one. Your mother, Willow, 10¼ inches, swishy. Excellent for charm work. Your father, Mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. Powerful wand for transfiguration." Ollivander's gaze sharpened. "But you already have a wand." Harry drew it from his belt. Vine wood, warm from his body heat, the phoenix feather core visible as a faint golden glow beneath the surface if you knew how to look. Ollivander's eyebrows climbed. "May I?" Harry handed it over. The old man turned it in his long fingers, held it up to the light, and went very still. "This was not made by me. No. It was made by Nicolas Flamel." "I see." Ollivander's voice had changed, softer, more careful. "The core is phoenix feather. But it's been treated. Alchemically enhanced. The wood, too. Vine is an excellent conductor, but this has been saturated in something. An elixir of some kind. 3 years of immersion in a diluted form of the elixir of life. It strengthens the bond between the core and the wood and makes the wand more responsive to the wielder's intent. Ollivander stared at him for a long moment. Then he handed the wand back, and his smile was thin and wondering and just slightly unnerved. "I think, Mr. Potter, that Hogwarts is going to find you very interesting." Harry thanked him and left. He had one more stop, not a shop, but a bank. Gringotts, the great white marble edifice at the end of the alley, run by goblins who respected 3 things: gold, contracts, and people who didn't waste their time. He took a cart ride to the Potter vault, where he found rather more gold than he'd expected. Nicholas had never mentioned the Potter fortune, he'd always provided for Harry himself, and the sight of the heaping piles of galleons, sickles, and nuts gave Harry a strange, hollow feeling. His parents' money. Waiting for him in the dark for 10 years. He filled a pouch, thanked the goblin, who looked startled by the courtesy, and returned to the surface. September 1st came the way September always does, suddenly, even though you've been watching it approach for weeks. Nicholas and Perenelle took him to King's Cross Station. They'd taken a port key to London the night before and stayed at a small wizarding hotel near the Thames. In the morning, the 3 of them walked to the station, Nicholas in a linen suit that made him look like a retired professor, Perenelle in a dark blue dress that made her look like someone you didn't want to annoy. Platform 9 3/4 was exactly where Nicholas had said it would be, through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Harry watched a family of redheads go through ahead of him, the mother shepherding 5 children like a harried sheepdog, and then he turned to Nicholas and Perenelle. "Well," he said. "Well," said Nicholas. Perenelle pulled him into a hug. She smelled of lavender and iron filings. "Write every week," she said against his hair. "And if Dumbledore gives you trouble, remind him that I know where he keeps his lemon drops and I am not above poisoning them." "She's joking," Nicholas said. "I am absolutely not joking." Harry laughed, and the laugh came out a little cracked. He hugged Nicholas next. The old man's arms were thin but strong, and he held Harry tightly. "You are ready for this," Nicholas said quietly. "You have been ready for a long time. Trust yourself. Trust what you know. And when you encounter something you don't know, which you will, because no one knows everything, not even me, be curious, not afraid." "I'm not afraid." "No. You're not. That is one of your great strengths and will occasionally be one of your great problems." Nicholas pulled back and held him at arm's length. "The stone is a part of you now. Don't think of it as a tool or a weapon. Think of it as an extension of your own magic. It will respond to your intent, your focus, your need. And Harry, it will also respond to your fear and your anger. An alchemist masters himself before he masters any element. Remember that. I will. Go. Before Perenelle starts crying and destroys her reputation." "I am not crying," said Perenelle, who was absolutely crying. Harry grinned, squeezed their hands one last time, and walked through the barrier. The Hogwarts Express was scarlet and steaming, the platform crowded with students and parents and luggage and owls. Harry found an empty compartment near the back, stowed his trunk, and settled in by the window. The stone pulsed warmly in his pocket. He rested his hand over it and watched the platform through the glass. About 10 minutes before departure, the compartment door slid open and one of the red-headed boys from the platform stuck his head in. He was tall and gangly, with freckles and a smudge of something on his nose. "Anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full." "Go ahead," Harry said. The boy dropped into the seat across from him with the graceless relief of someone who'd been dragging a heavy trunk through a narrow corridor. "I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter." Ron's eyes went wide. Then, to his enormous credit, he mastered himself in about 3 seconds and said, "Yeah, I reckoned. The scar and everything. My mum's going to lose her mind when I write home. He paused. Sorry. Is that weird? People probably do that to you all the time. You're the first person today who's apologized for it, so you're already ahead of the curve. Ron grinned. It was a good grin, open and unguarded. Fair enough. So where've you been? The papers have been going mental for years. Where is Harry Potter? What happened to Harry Potter? Mum reckons Dumbledore had you hidden away somewhere safe. France, mostly. I was raised by a family friend. France? Blimey. Do you speak French? Fluently. That's either really cool or really annoying, I haven't decided. Ron pulled a battered sandwich from his pocket, looked at it, and put it back with an expression of resigned disgust. Corned beef. Mum always forgets I hate corned beef. The train lurched into motion. London began sliding past the windows. Harry found that he liked Ron Weasley. The boy was easy to talk to, funny, self-deprecating, with the casual warmth of someone who'd grown up in a loud, loving family. He talked about his brothers, Bill and Charlie, who'd already left school, Percy, who was a prefect and wouldn't shut up about it, and Fred and George, twins, who were apparently dedicated to making everyone's life as chaotic as possible. And there's Ginny, my little sister. She starts next year. She's going to be impossible about you, fair warning. She's been reading those Harry Potter storybooks since she was 4. There are storybooks about me? Mate, there are dozens. Harry Potter and the Dragon's Lair. Harry Potter and the Crystal Cave. They're completely made up, obviously, but, Ron stopped, looking suddenly embarrassed. You didn't know. I really didn't. Are they any good? They're terrible. Ginny loves them. Harry laughed. The compartment door opened again, and a bushy-haired girl with large front teeth appeared, looking harried. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. Haven't seen one, Ron said. The girl's gaze moved to Harry, and her eyes narrowed, not at the scar, but at the wand at his belt. Is that vine wood? That's unusual for a student wand. Most British wand makers prefer ash or oak for first cores. Harry looked at her with renewed interest. You know wand lore? I've read Wand Woods and Their Properties by Geraint Ollivander. And The Philosophy of the Magical Wand by Arturo Villanueva. I'm Muggle-born, so I've been trying to read everything I can about the magical world before term starts. I'm Hermione Granger. Harry Potter. I know, I've read about you, too. In Modern Magical History and the Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts. You're in several chapters. She said this matter-of-factly, without the breathless reverence of the people in the leaky cauldron. I have to say, those accounts are probably quite inaccurate. Most of them don't even agree on basic details. They are inaccurate, Harry confirmed. Most of them are complete fiction. I thought so. She looked pleased in a specific, satisfied way, the look of someone who'd suspected the textbooks were wrong and enjoyed being proven right. Well. I should keep looking for the toad. Nice to meet you both. She disappeared. Ron stared after her. Bit intense, isn't she? She's read more about the wizarding world before starting school than most students read in 7 years. I think intense might be an understatement. Harry paused. I liked her. You would, Ron said, but he was smiling. The countryside was darkening by the time the train began to slow. Students were changing into robes, pressing against windows to catch their first glimpse of the castle. Harry pulled his Hogwarts robes over his clothes, they felt strange after years of Nicolas's linen and leather, and stood at the window. Hogwarts appeared around a bend in the track, and even Harry, who had grown up in a 600-year-old alchemist's fortress, felt his breath catch. The castle rose from the dark shore of a vast lake like something that had grown there rather than been built. Towers upon towers, lit windows like scattered stars, the whole edifice enormous and ancient and saturated with so much magic that Harry could feel it from the train. The stone flared in his pocket, responding to the resonance, and for a moment Harry felt as though the castle was looking back at him. First years. First years over here. A man the size of a small building was bellowing from the platform, holding a lantern that looked like a candle in his massive fist. Harry followed the stream of first years toward the boats, found one with Ron, and was joined by Hermione and a round-faced boy who was still frantically searching for his toad. "I'm Neville Longbottom," the boy said miserably. "I've lost Trevor again." "He'll turn up," Harry said. "Toads always do." The boats carried them across the lake in silence. Nobody spoke. The castle grew larger and larger until it filled the sky, and Harry felt something settle inside him, a rightness, as though a key had turned in a lock he hadn't known was there. Nicolas had told him he belonged to the British wizarding world. Looking up at Hogwarts, he was starting to believe it. Professor McGonagall met them in the entrance hall, a tall, severe woman in emerald robes and a pointed hat, exactly as Nicolas had described. She gave them a brief speech about the 4 houses and then left them in an antechamber to wait. Ghosts drifted through the walls and caused a minor panic. Draco Malfoy, the blonde boy from Madame Malkin's, pushed to the front of the group and scanned the crowd until his eyes found Harry. "So it's true," Malfoy said. "Harry Potter's come to Hogwarts." He extended a hand. "I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. I can help you figure out the right sort of people to associate with." His eyes flicked to Ron with undisguised contempt. "Some wizarding families are better than others." Harry looked at the offered hand. Then at Malfoy's face. The boy was pale and polished and absolutely certain of his own importance, the way only someone who'd been told since birth that he mattered could be. "I appreciate the offer," Harry said. "But I've spent the last 10 years being raised by a man who was born in 1326, and in his experience, the families that talk the most about their bloodlines are usually the ones with the least to show for them." Malfoy's hand dropped. His face went pink, then white. Behind Harry, Ron made a strangled noise that might have been a laugh. "You'll regret that, Potter." "Maybe. But probably not today." McGonagall returned before Malfoy could respond, and the first years were led into the great hall. It was vast. 4 long tables stretched the length of the room, packed with students. Candles floated in midair by the thousands. The ceiling, Harry looked up and saw the night sky, clear and star-scattered, the enchantment so perfectly done that he could feel the cool suggestion of open air on his face. "It's bewitched to look like the sky outside," Hermione whispered. "I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." At the head of the room, a stool held a battered old hat. Harry knew what it was, the Sorting Hat, created by Godric Gryffindor, imbued with the intelligence and judgment of all 4 founders. Nicolas had told him about it in some detail. What Nicolas had not told him was that the hat would sing. It did, at some length, describing each house's qualities. Harry listened with half his attention while the other half was doing something he couldn't help, scanning the staff table. He identified most of them easily. McGonagall was obvious. Flitwick was tiny. Sprout was stout and cheerful. Snape was the one in black with the hooked nose and the expression of someone who'd swallowed something sour and blamed the nearest person for it. And Quirrell. Harry found him near the end of the table, a young man in a ridiculous purple turban, fidgeting with his napkin. He looked nervous, jumpy, entirely harmless. And when Harry's gaze landed on him, 2 things happened at once: the stone in his pocket went cold, and his scar burned. Not a flicker. Not a tingle. A bright, hot line of pain that cut across his forehead like someone had drawn a knife over the old wound. Harry's hand flew up to his scar, and he sucked in a breath through his teeth. Ron glanced at him. "You all right?" "Fine," Harry said. He wasn't fine. The pain was already fading, but the message was clear. The stone had never gone cold before. In 3 years of bonding with it, it had always been warm, always pulsing with the steady rhythm of creation and renewal. Cold meant something antithetical. Something that offended the stone's very nature. Something dead. Or something that should be dead and wasn't. Harry looked at Quirrell again. The professor was staring at his plate, his turban slightly askew, his hands trembling. And beneath the turban, beneath the nervousness and the stammering persona, Harry felt something looking back at him. Something old and hungry and very, very dark. That's what Nicolas didn't tell me about, Harry thought. Not exactly. But connected. Whatever's in my scar is connected to whatever's under that turban. He filed it away. Not with fear. Harry had grown up in a house full of volatile alchemical substances and had learned early that panic was the fastest way to lose a finger, but with the focused attention of someone who just identified a problem that needed solving. The sorting began. Students were called in alphabetical order. Hermione Granger went to Gryffindor, looking delighted. Neville Longbottom went to Gryffindor, looking terrified. Draco Malfoy went to Slytherin before the hat had fully settled on his head. Ron, when his turn came, sat on the stool for nearly 30 seconds before the hat shouted, Gryffindor, and he went to join his brothers with an expression of profound relief. Potter, Harry. The hall went dead silent. Then the whispers started, rising like a wave, Potter. The Harry Potter. And every eye in the great hall fixed on him as he walked to the stool. He sat down. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. It dropped over his eyes, and the hall vanished. Well, well, well. The voice was inside his head, dry, ancient, amused. This is unexpected. I've sorted a great many students, Mr. Potter, but I don't think I've ever encountered a mind quite like yours. You've been trained by Nicolas Flamel. Yes. I can see it. The discipline. The knowledge. The alchemical framework. You think in transformations, don't you? Everything is a process, a reaction, an equation with inputs and outputs. The hat paused. And there's something else. Something extraordinary. You're carrying. The hat went silent. Harry felt it press deeper, not into his thoughts but into the magical resonance around him, and when it found the stone, it made a sound like a sharp intake of breath, if a hat could breathe. The Philosopher's Stone. The true one. Bonded to your core. Yes. Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? Yes. I wonder if you do. The hat's tone shifted, less amused, more serious. That stone amplifies everything, Mr. Potter. Your magic, your intent, your emotions. In the hands of someone petty, it would be a weapon. In the hands of someone wise, it could reshape the world. You are 11 years old. Nicolas trusted me with it. Nicolas Flamel trusts you more than he trusts anyone alive, and I suspect he is right to do so. But trust is not the same as certainty. Another pause. Now. Where to put you? You have courage, your parents' courage, and your own, which is different and arguably more considered. You have loyalty, though you haven't yet had the chance to test it with people your own age. You have ambition, not for power, but for understanding, which is the more dangerous kind. And you have a mind that any Ravenclaw would envy. What do you think? I think you should be in the house that will challenge you most. Not the one that fits you best, you be at home in any of them, but the one that will push you to grow in the ways you most need to grow. And that is? You've been raised by an immortal alchemist in a castle in France. You are brilliant, powerful, and almost entirely inexperienced at being a normal child. You need mess. You need chaos. You need people who will drag you into trouble and force you to care about something other than equations and transformations. You need, Gryffindor. The hat shouted it to the hall. The Gryffindor table exploded. The Weasley twins were on their feet chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter." Ron was grinning from ear to ear. Hermione was applauding with the precise enthusiasm of someone who approved of the outcome. Harry took off the hat, set it on the stool, and walked to the Gryffindor table. The applause was deafening. He slid into the seat next to Ron and let out a breath. Gryffindor, Ron said. Brilliant. Every Weasley's been in Gryffindor. Mum and Dad will be thrilled. The hat said I needed more chaos in my life. I'm going to assume that's your department. Ron laughed. Mate, you have no idea. Harry glanced up at the staff table. Dumbledore was watching him. The headmaster was exactly as Nicolas had described, tall, thin, long silver beard, half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose. His expression was pleasant, grandfatherly, and entirely opaque. He raised his goblet an inch in Harry's direction. A toast, or a warning, or both. Harry met his eyes and nodded back. Next to Dumbledore, Snape was staring at Harry with an expression of such complicated loathing that it was almost impressive. And at the far end of the table, Quirrell was trembling in his seat, and the thing beneath the turban was pressing against Harry's scar like a hand against a window, trying to get in. I see you, Harry thought, and he wasn't sure if he meant Quirrell or Dumbledore or the dark presence he couldn't yet name. I see all of you. And I am not afraid. The feast began. The food was extraordinary: roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb, sausages, potatoes in every conceivable form, Yorkshire puddings, peas, carrots, gravy by the gallon. Harry ate well and listened to the conversation swirling around him. The Weasley twins were explaining the finer points of Hogwarts geography to anyone who'd listen. Percy the prefect was lecturing a first year about curfew regulations. Neville had found his toad, it had been sitting in the gravy boat. When the plates cleared and Dumbledore stood to make announcements, start of term notices, Forbidden Forest, third floor corridor out of bounds on pain of death, Harry listened with particular attention to the last one. A corridor sealed off in a school full of children. That meant something worth protecting. Something someone was expected to come looking for. He thought about the replica stone Nicolas had given Dumbledore. He thought about the protections that were certainly guarding it. And he thought about Quirrell, sitting at the staff table with a dead man's will curled around his soul like a parasite. The pieces were falling into place. Not all of them, not yet, but enough to see the shape of the picture. Voldemort is here, Harry thought. In this castle. Wearing a man like a suit. And Dumbledore knows, or suspects, and he's using the replica stone as bait. And I'm carrying the real one. For the first time since walking through the barrier at King's Cross, Harry felt the full weight of what he'd brought with him to Hogwarts. Not the fame, not the expectations, not the stares and whispers. The stone. The true philosopher's stone, bonded to his magical core, humming against his skin. He touched it through his robes. It was warm again, steady, alive. Good, he thought. Stay close. I think we're going to need each other. Percy led the Gryffindor first years up to the tower, through corridors that shifted and staircases that moved and past portraits that gossiped and stared. The common room was round and warm, hung with scarlet and gold, and the fire in the grate was the deep, honest red of a well-fed hearth. Harry's dormitory was at the top of the tower. 5 beds, 5 boys, Harry, Ron, Neville, and 2 others, Seamus Finnegan, who informed everyone that his mother was a witch and his father was a muggle, and Dean Thomas, who was tall and quiet and immediately claimed the bed nearest the window. Ron took the bed next to Harry's. They changed into pajamas, Ron's were maroon and clearly second-hand, and climbed into bed. Harry? Ron said into the darkness. Yeah. What's it like? Being raised by Nicolas Flamel? Is it true he's really 600 years old? 665. And it was good. He's a good man. The best I've ever known. Must be weird, though. Coming from that to this. Ron gestured vaguely at the dormitory, the tower, the whole chaotic business of Hogwarts. Harry stared at the canopy above his bed. The stone pulsed gently against his chest. He'd moved it to a leather cord around his neck before bed, as Nicholas had suggested. "It's different," he said. "But I think different is the point." "Yeah," said Ron. "I reckon so." He yawned enormously. "Night, Harry." "Good night, Ron." The castle settled around them. The fire crackled. Somewhere in the building, a ghost was singing. And on the first floor, behind a locked door at the end of a forbidden corridor, a three-headed dog guarded a trapdoor that led to a replica of the Philosopher's Stone, a decoy, a lure, a trap. And on the seventh floor, in a tower hung with scarlet and gold, an 11-year-old boy who carried the real one closed his eyes and slept, and the stone kept watch against his heart, warm and steady as a promise. In the staff quarters below, Quirinus Quirrell sat before a mirror, unwinding his turban with shaking hands. The face on the back of his head opened its eyes, red, slitted, inhuman, and spoke in a voice like dry leaves scraping over stone. "The boy is here," Voldemort whispered. "And he carries something. Something I have not felt in years. Something real." Quirrell trembled. "Master, what should we, patience? We wait. We watch. The stone Dumbledore hid is a trinket. But the boy," the red eyes burned. "The boy is carrying something else entirely. Something that calls to me. Something that sings." The room went cold. The mirror cracked, a single line running from top to bottom. "We will have it," Voldemort said. "We will have it, and the boy, and everything that old fool Flamel tried to keep from us." In Gryffindor Tower, Harry's scar twitched in his sleep. The stone flared once, bright as a coal, and the darkness retreated. The first night was over. The game had begun. Chapter 2, First Impressions. Harry woke before dawn on his first morning at Hogwarts, which was not unusual. Nicholas had always risen with the sun. The great work does not respect the preferences of late sleepers, and a decade of that habit had wired Harry's body to treat darkness as an inconvenience rather than an invitation to rest. The dormitory was quiet. Ron was a shapeless lump under maroon blankets, one freckled arm dangling off the bed. Neville was curled tight, his toad perched on his pillow like a warty sentinel. Seamus and Dean were still and silent. Harry dressed in the grey light, slipped the stone's leather cord over his head and felt it settle warm against his sternum, and went down to the common room. Empty. The fire had burned to embers, and the room had that particular hush of a space that was used to noise and didn't quite know what to do without it. Harry crossed to the window and looked out over the grounds. The lake was a sheet of dark glass. The forbidden forest was a black mass against the lightning sky. And the castle itself was awake. Not in the way a person was awake, but in the way a very old tree was awake, or a river. Hogwarts was aware of itself, of the people moving through it, of the magic soaking its stones. Harry could feel it through the soles of his shoes, a deep, slow pulse, like a heartbeat measured in centuries rather than seconds. The stone responded to it. A sympathetic vibration, one ancient thing recognizing another. Harry had an hour before breakfast. He spent it exploring. The corridors of Hogwarts were a labyrinth, but Harry had grown up navigating the Flamel estate, which had been continuously expanded and modified by an alchemist who occasionally forgot that doors were supposed to lead to the same place twice. By comparison, moving staircases and trick steps were manageable. He mapped the route from Gryffindor Tower to the Great Hall, identified 3 shortcuts behind tapestries, noted the location of the third-floor corridor that Dumbledore had declared off-limits, and paused outside the door long enough to feel what was behind it. Something massive. Something alive. Multiple heartbeats, 3, layered on top of each other in the same body. And beneath that, below the floor, a cascade of magical protections, each with a different signature. He counted at least 6 distinct layers before the depth made the reading fuzzy. And at the bottom, faint but recognizable, the alchemical resonance of a philosopher's stone. Nicholas's replica. Duller than the true stone, simpler in its harmonics, but unmistakably the same type of creation. So that's the game, Harry thought. Dumbledore sets a trap, guards it with challenges that a determined adult could overcome, and waits to see who comes looking. It was clever, in an elaborate sort of way. It was also, Harry thought, the kind of plan that worked perfectly right up until it didn't. He moved on. The great hall was nearly empty when he arrived. A handful of early risers were scattered among the 4 tables, a cluster of Ravenclaws with books propped against juice pitchers, 2 Hufflepuffs talking quietly over toast, and at the Slytherin table, a single figure, Draco Malfoy, sitting very straight, eating with mechanical precision, his eyes fixed on nothing. Harry collected a plate of eggs and toast and sat at the Gryffindor table. He was 3 bites in when a shadow fell across his plate. Mr. Potter. Professor McGonagall stood over him, holding a sheaf of parchment. Up close, she was exactly what Nicholas had described, sharp-eyed, no nonsense, with the bearing of someone who had been dealing with 11-year-olds for so long that very little surprised her anymore. Your timetable. She handed him the parchment. I trust you found the dormitory satisfactory. Very. The castle is extraordinary, Professor. The ambient magical density alone, she blinked. It was a very small blink, but Harry caught it. Is really something, he finished. I'm looking forward to classes. Indeed. McGonagall studied him for a moment. Professor Flamel wrote to me before term began. He spoke very highly of your preparation. He tends to be generous. Nicolas Flamel is many things. Generous with praise is not one of them. The ghost of a smile. Welcome to Gryffindor, Mr. Potter. She left. Harry looked at his timetable. Monday, Transfiguration with McGonagall, then Charms with Flitwick, then a free period, then History of Magic with Binns. Tuesday, Potions with Snape, Herbology with Sprout, Defense against the Dark Arts with Quirrell. Tuesday was going to be interesting. Ron arrived at breakfast 20 minutes later, looking like he'd been dragged backward through a hedge. He dropped into the seat beside Harry, pulled an entire rack of toast toward himself, and began eating with the focused determination of a boy fueling a growth spurt. Morning, Harry said. MRGHF, Ron replied through toast. Hermione appeared shortly after, already in full robes with her bag packed, her hair even more voluminous than the day before. She sat down across from them and immediately opened a textbook. We have Transfiguration first, she said without looking up. I've read the first 3 chapters of the textbook, but I'm not sure I fully understand Gamp's law as it relates to basic material transformation. Do either of you? It's breakfast, Hermione, Ron said. Learning doesn't stop for meals. It should. It really, really should. Harry looked between them and felt something unexpected, a warmth that had nothing to do with the stone. This bickering, this easy friction between 2 people who'd known each other for less than a day, was something he'd never had. Nicolas and Perenelle had loved him fiercely, but they were 6 centuries old. Their rhythms were slow, considered, ancient. This was fast, messy, young. He liked it. Gamp's law has 5 principal exceptions, Harry said. Food, love, life, information, and gold. You can't create any of them from nothing through transfiguration. But the law is actually more nuanced than the textbook presents it. The exceptions aren't absolute prohibitions, they're thresholds. You can't create food, but you can multiply it, summon it, or transform one food into another. You can't create gold through transfiguration, but you can through alchemy, which operates on different principles. Hermione stared at him. Ron stared at him. Several nearby students stared at him. How do you know that? Hermione asked. I've been studying magical theory since I was 6. With who? Nicolas Flamel. Hermione's fork clattered against her plate. You were raised by Nicolas Flamel. The Nicolas Flamel. The alchemist. The creator of the Philosopher's Stone? Yes. Her mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. Harry watched her process this information, watched the gears turning behind her eyes, and saw the exact moment when academic excitement won out over social decorum. "I have about 400 questions," she said. "I'd expect nothing less." Ron looked between them. "Am I the only one here who doesn't know who Nicolas Flamel is?" "He's the most famous alchemist in history," Hermione said. "He's the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. He's been alive for over 600 years. Bloody hell. And he raised you?" "Since I was 1. Ron considered this. "So when you said, 'family friend,' on the train, you meant the oldest wizard in the world." "He's not a wizard, exactly. He's an alchemist. There's a distinction." "Right. Normal childhood, then." Harry grinned. Ron grinned back. And something settled between the three of them, not friendship yet, not quite, but the scaffolding of it. The recognition that they fit together in a way none of them had expected. Transfiguration was held in a large classroom on the first floor. When they arrived, the room was empty except for a tabby cat sitting on McGonagall's desk. Most of the students milled about, chatting, waiting. Harry glanced at the cat, felt the tight coil of compressed magic inside it, Animagus transformation, clean and precise, and took his seat without comment. When the last student sat down, the cat leapt from the desk and transformed mid-jump into Professor McGonagall. Half the class gasped. Hermione clutched her textbook. Ron said, "Wicked," under his breath. McGonagall surveyed them. "Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone messing about in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned." She set them to turning matches into needles. It was, by the standards of what Harry had learned under Nicolas, elementary, not because the magic was simple, but because the principle was one he'd internalized years ago. Transfiguration was persuasion. You had to convince the material it wanted to change, find the needle already latent in the match and coax it to the surface. Harry picked up his match, held it between his fingers, and felt its structure, the wood grain, the sulfur tip, the dried potential of fire. Then he reached for the needle, the steel, the point, the eye. The stone pulsed against his chest, and the match shivered and became a perfect silver needle, gleaming, sharp, with a polished eye that caught the light. It took about 3 seconds. The classroom went quiet. McGonagall crossed the room and picked up the needle. She examined it, turned it over, tested the point against her thumb, and held it up to the light. Her expression was unreadable. "Full transformation," she said. "First attempt. Perfect metallic composition." She set the needle down. 5 points to Gryffindor. "And Mr. Potter, try it again without the assistance." Harry looked at her. She looked back, and he understood. She'd felt the stone's resonance when it amplified his magic. She didn't know what it was, but she knew something had helped. He picked up a second match from the box on his desk. This time, he deliberately dampened the stone's influence, not suppressing it, because the bond didn't work that way, but focusing purely on his own magic, his own will. It was like turning down the volume on a song that had been playing in the background. The match became a needle. It took about 5 seconds instead of 3, and the finish was slightly less polished, but it was still a complete transformation. McGonagall's eyebrows rose a fraction of an inch, which Harry suspected was the equivalent of another teacher falling out of their chair. "As I thought," she said quietly. "Well done." Hermione managed her transformation on the 4th try, ahead of everyone else in the class except Harry, and looked both pleased and slightly annoyed. Ron's match had developed a metallic sheen but stubbornly refused to change shape, which he said was about right for a Weasley, were late bloomers. Charms was a different kind of delight. Professor Flitwick was tiny, he stood on a pile of books to see over his desk, but his magical control was exquisite. Harry could feel it the moment he walked in, a precision that reminded him of Nicolas, each spell cast with the economy of someone who'd spent decades refining their technique. Flitwick started with theory, the wand-lighting charm, lumos, and Harry listened attentively, because Nicolas had always taught him that hearing the same principle explained different ways was how you moved from understanding to mastery. When Flitwick asked the class to attempt the spell, Harry produced a light so bright that Flitwick squeaked and the front row shielded their eyes. "Oh my!" Flitwick clapped his hands. "Oh, that's exceptional, Mr. Potter. The luminosity, the stability, I haven't seen a first-year lumos that strong in, well, ever." "Sorry," Harry said, and dialed it back. "Don't apologize." 10 points to Gryffindor. Hermione's lumos was technically perfect, which earned another 10 points. She looked at Harry's wand with the expression of someone who wanted to take it apart and see how it worked. History of magic was taught by a ghost. Professor Binns had apparently died in front of the staff room fire one day and simply got up and continued teaching without noticing. His lectures were delivered in a monotone drone that seemed specifically designed to induce unconsciousness. Ron was asleep within 4 minutes. Even Hermione's note-taking grew increasingly desperate, her handwriting deteriorating from precise to frantic as she tried to extract meaning from Binns's endless stream of names and dates. Harry listened. Nicolas had taught him history as a living thing, stories of people making choices, the consequences rippling out across centuries. Binns taught it as an autopsy. But the information was there if you dug for it, and Harry had learned long ago that boring didn't mean unimportant. After History of Magic, he had a free period. Ron wanted to explore the castle. Hermione wanted to go to the library. Harry said he'd meet them both later and found an empty classroom on the 4th floor where he could be alone. He sat on a desk, pulled the stone from under his shirt, and held it in his palm. The crimson surface caught the light from the high windows. It was warm, pulsing, and if Harry focused, he could feel its awareness, not intelligence, not consciousness, but something like it. A responsiveness. The stone knew when it was being held, knew when magic was being channeled through it, knew the difference between Harry's intent and ambient noise. "All right," Harry said quietly. "Let's talk about Quirrell." He closed his eyes and reached for the stone's deeper senses. Nicolas had taught him this, how to use the stone as a kind of magical diagnostic tool, extending his perception beyond his normal range. It was like opening a third eye, except the eye could see through walls and floors and the tangled layers of enchantment that coated every surface of Hogwarts. The castle bloomed in his awareness. Thousands of magical signatures, layered and interwoven, students, teachers, ghosts, enchanted objects, the castle's own ancient magic. Harry filtered through them, searching for the signature he'd felt at the welcoming feast. The cold one. The dead one. There. 1st floor. Staff quarters. A room at the end of a corridor, warded with standard privacy charms that Harry could have unraveled in his sleep. 2 signatures inside. The first was Quirrell, weak, trembling, a candle flame guttering in a wind. The second was, Harry's scar erupted. Pain lanced through his forehead like a hot wire. He gasped, nearly dropped the stone, and clamped his hand over the scar. The stone flared cold against his palm, and for a moment, just a fraction of a second, he felt the other presence notice him. Like a shark sensing blood in the water. A vast, dark attention swiveled in his direction, hungry and searching, and Harry slammed his perception shut so fast it gave him a headache. He sat on the desk, breathing hard, his hand pressed to his scar. The pain faded slowly, leaving a dull ache like a bruise. "Right," he said to the empty room. "That was stupid. He'd been too aggressive. Pushed too hard, too fast, and the thing riding Quirrell had felt him looking. Nicolas had warned him about this, the stone amplified everything, including his vulnerabilities. If Harry could use it to see Voldemort, then there was a chance Voldemort could follow that connection back. He needed to be smarter. Not more cautious, Caution was just another word for hesitation, and Nicholas despised hesitation, but more strategic. He needed to understand what he was dealing with before he poked it again. He needed information. The library was on the third floor, not the forbidden corridor, but close enough that Harry felt the three-headed dog's heartbeats thrumming through the stone as he walked past. The library itself was enormous, labyrinthine, and presided over by Madame Pants, who regarded every student who entered as a potential book destroyer and treated her domain accordingly. Harry found Hermione at a table in the back, surrounded by a fortress of books. She'd apparently decided that her free period was best spent reading ahead in every subject simultaneously. "Can I join you?" Harry asked. "Of course." She moved a stack of books to make room. "I'm reading about the history of transfiguration theory. Did you know that Emmerich Switch completely restructured the field in the 1840s? He built on the work of the Flamel Concordance, actually. Nicolas published a paper in 1802 that established the principle of sympathetic material resonance. Switch cited it in his foundational text, but most modern textbooks leave it out because the alchemical terminology confuses people." Hermione put down her book. You just know things like that. Things that aren't in any of these books. Some of them are. You just have to know where to look. That's incredibly frustrating. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. Just tell me more." Harry smiled. He pulled a chair over, sat down, and for the next hour, they talked. Not just about transfiguration, about everything. Magical theory, the relationship between intent and effect, the philosophical differences between alchemy and standard wand magic, the structure of magical education in different countries. Hermione asked precise, incisive questions, and Harry answered them with the thoroughness of someone who'd spent a decade being trained by a man who believed that sloppy thinking was a moral failing. What surprised him was how much Hermione knew that he didn't. Her Muggle education had given her a framework for analytical thinking that was different from his alchemical training. She understood scientific method, mathematical logic, formal reasoning, tools that the wizarding world largely ignored because magic made empirical testing difficult. When Harry explained the principle of equivalent exchange in alchemy, Hermione immediately connected it to the laws of thermodynamics, and the parallel was so elegant that Harry sat back in his chair and stared at her. "That's brilliant," he said. Hermione flushed. "It's just physics. It's not just anything. Nicholas spent 200 years developing that principle. You just arrived at the same place from a completely different direction in about 30 seconds. Well." She straightened the books in front of her, not meeting his eyes. "I suppose different perspectives have value. That's exactly what Nicholas said when he sent me here." She looked up then, and her expression was complicated, pleased, uncertain, wanting to trust the compliment but not quite sure how. Harry recognized it. It was the look of someone who was used to being the smartest person in the room and had learned that this made people uncomfortable rather than impressed. He could work with that. Tuesday arrived, and with it, potions. The dungeon classroom was cold and dim, lined with jars of things that floated in murky liquid and seemed to watch the students as they filed in. The Slytherins were already seated on one side, the Gryffindors took the other. Malfoy was flanked by two large boys who appeared to function as decorative muscle. Snape entered like a door slamming shut, black robes billowing, the dungeon going silent in his wake. He moved to the front of the room, turned, and surveyed the class with an expression that suggested he'd seen better things growing in his cauldrons. "There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class," he said. His voice was low, precise, and carried the kind of authority that dared you to challenge it. "As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion-making. However, for those select few who possess the predisposition, I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death." His black eyes found Harry. "Ah. Mr. Potter. Our new celebrity. The Slytherins snickered. Harry met Snape's gaze and held it. "Tell me, Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" "The draught of living death," Harry said. "A sleeping potion of extreme potency. The standard recipe calls for 13 saprophyros beans, but the yield improves by approximately 30% if you crush them with the flat of a silver blade rather than cutting them, which releases the juice more efficiently." Nicolas Flamel's notes suggest that the addition of a single drop of myrtlap essence after the third counterclockwise stir further stabilizes the solution and extends the shelf life from 6 months to roughly 2 years. The dungeon went very quiet. Snape's face did something extraordinary. It cycled through surprise, irritation, grudging respect, and finally settled on a kind of cold fury that had nothing to do with the answer and everything to do with the person giving it. Harry could see the war happening behind those black eyes, the potions master's professional admiration for genuine knowledge fighting against whatever personal demons Harry's face triggered. "And where," Snape said softly, "would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat. Though bezoars from mountain goats in the Pyrenees have a higher concentration of the active antidotal compound than those from lowland breeds. I have one in my trunk, actually." Nicolas always said a potioneer without a bezoar was an optimist, and optimists died young. Malfoy's mouth was hanging open. Ron had his fist pressed against his lips to keep from laughing. Hermione looked like Christmas had come early. Snape stared at Harry for a long, silent moment. Then he turned on his heel and stalked to the front of the room. "It seems Mr. Potter has arrived at Hogwarts with the impression that his education is already complete. Let us see if the reality matches the arrogance." He flicked his wand, and instructions appeared on the blackboard. "A simple cure for boils. You have 1 hour. Begin." It was a test, and not a subtle one. Snape wanted to see if Harry's theoretical knowledge translated to practical ability, if the boy could actually brew or was just reciting from textbooks. Harry could brew. He'd been making potions since he was 7, working alongside Nicolas in a workshop where the ingredients were older than most wizarding families and the standards were exacting enough to make Snape's look lax. He set up his cauldron, sorted his ingredients, and began. The cure for boils was straightforward. Dried nettles, crushed snake fangs, horned slugs, porcupine quills, simple ingredients, simple process. Harry moved through it with the easy confidence of long practice, adjusting the heat by feel, stirring with a rhythm that Nicolas had drilled into him until it was as natural as breathing. He finished in 35 minutes. The potion was a clear, pale blue, textbook perfect. Snape swept over, peered into the cauldron, and said nothing. He moved on to Malfoy's cauldron, which he praised, then to Neville's, which had somehow turned orange and was emitting a smell like burning rubber. "Longbottom, did you add the porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the fire?" Neville's face went white. I think, you think. How reassuring." Snape vanished the contents of Neville's cauldron with a wave of his wand. 0 marks. Perhaps next time you might consider following the instructions rather than interpreting them creatively. "Professor." Harry's voice cut through the dungeon. "The instructions on the board say to add porcupine quills in step 7, but they don't specify that the cauldron needs to be removed from the heat first. If the sequence is critical, the instructions should be explicit." Every head in the room turned. Snape turned slowly, like a man who couldn't quite believe what he'd just heard. "Are you," he said, "criticizing my lesson plan, Potter?" "I'm observing that a student followed the written instructions and got an unexpected result because the instructions were incomplete. That's not a failure of the student. That's a failure of the instructions." The dungeon was so quiet that Harry could hear the bubbling of cauldrons. Snape's eyes were black ice, his jaw tight. 10 points from Gryffindor, Snape said. "For your remarkable arrogance. The arrogance of expecting clear instructions in a classroom. Or the arrogance of pointing out that Neville did exactly what the board said. 20 points from Gryffindor. Would you like to try for 30? Harry held Snape's gaze for another second, then inclined his head slightly. Not a submission, an acknowledgement that the point had been made. He'd lost Gryffindor 20 points, but every student in the room had heard him, and Neville was looking at him with an expression of stunned gratitude. After class, Ron fell into step beside him in the corridor. That was the most incredible thing I've ever seen. You talked back to Snape. I didn't talk back. I corrected an instructional deficiency. Yeah, that's what talking back means when it's dressed up in fancy words. He took 20 points. And every person in that room now knows that when Snape humiliates someone, it's not because the student failed. It's because Snape enjoys it. Ron was quiet for a moment. You didn't just do that for Neville, did you? I did it partly for Neville. I also did it because bad teaching shouldn't go unchallenged just because the teacher is intimidating. Hermione, who'd been walking slightly behind them, sped up. You do realize Snape is going to make your life miserable now? Snape was going to make my life miserable regardless. Nicolas warned me. Apparently he hated my father and can't separate me from that hatred. At least now the misery will be based on something I actually did. Neville caught up with them at the top of the stairs, slightly out of breath. Harry, thanks. For what you said. Nobody's ever, teachers don't usually, Neville, you followed the instructions. You did nothing wrong. It's just, potions, I'm rubbish at everything, really, my gran says, your gran isn't here. And you're not rubbish. You just haven't had anyone teach you properly yet. Harry paused. What are you good at? Neville blinked. Plants. I like plants. Herbology. Then you already understand half of potions. Most potion ingredients are botanical. If you know the plants, how they grow, what they do, how they interact, you know the foundations. You just need someone to help you connect what you already know to the cauldron work. Neville stared at him as though he'd said something revolutionary rather than obvious. Harry realized with a pang that maybe, for Neville, it was. Defense against the dark arts was the last class of the day. Harry felt Quirrell before he saw him. As they approached the classroom on the first floor, the stone went cold against his chest, not the violent cold of his scar erupting, but a steady, warning chill, like a hand pressing him back from a ledge. The classroom smelled of garlic. It was everywhere, cloves hanging from the ceiling, ropes of it draped across the walls. Quirrell stood at the front, twitching, his purple turban slightly lopsided. Good afternoon, Quirrell stammered. Welcome to Defense Against the Dark Arts. I'm Professor Quirrell. The stammer was convincing. The nervousness was convincing. Everything about Quirrell's surface performance was designed to make you dismiss him, a frightened man, out of his depth, hiding behind garlic and a silly turban. But beneath the surface, Harry could feel the second presence. Heavy, dark, patient. It wasn't Quirrell who was watching the students file in. It was the thing behind his eyes. Harry took a seat in the front row. Ron sat next to him. Hermione was on his other side. I don't know why everyone thinks I need garlic, Quirrell said with a nervous laugh. A student in our Romania gave me this turban for fighting off a Z-zombie, and I've been jumpy ever since. The class laughed. Harry didn't. Quirrell's lecture was on basic defensive theory, the shield charm, the importance of situational awareness, the classification of dark creatures. The content was acceptable, even good, which made sense if Harry thought about it. Whoever Quirrell had been before Voldemort got to him, he'd been a scholar. That knowledge was still in there, buried under the parasitic will of the thing on the back of his head. Harry watched Quirrell's hands. They trembled when he was speaking to the class, but when he turned to write on the blackboard, when his back was to the students, the trembling stopped. His writing was firm, precise, unhesitant. He's performing, Harry thought. The stammer, the fear, it's a mask. He drops it when he thinks no one can see. As if sensing Harry's attention, Quirrell turned around, and for a moment, less than a second, their eyes met. Quirrell's eyes were pale and watery, but behind them, for that fraction of a second, something else looked out. Something red. Something ancient. Harry's scar throbbed. The stone pulsed cold. Harry didn't flinch. He met the gaze head-on, the way Nicholas had taught him to face any volatile substance, calm, attentive, respectful of its power but not subordinate to it. I see you, he thought. I saw you at the feast, and I see you now. I don't know what you're planning, but I know you're here, and I am not going away. The moment broke. Quirrell's eyes went watery again. He turned back to the blackboard and resumed stuttering about the 3Ds of defensive magic. After class, Harry lingered. Ron and Hermione went ahead. Ron wanted to drop his bag before dinner, Hermione wanted to get to the library before it closed. Harry waited until the classroom was nearly empty, then approached Quirrell's desk. P. Potter, Quirrell said, not quite meeting his eyes. Is there something I can help you with? I enjoyed the lecture, Professor. Your framework for defensive theory is very clear. Oh, thank you. That's very kind. I had a question, actually. You mentioned the classification of dark creatures, class 1 through 5. But you didn't mention the category that's sometimes called class X, creatures, or entities, that are unclassifiable because they exist outside normal magical taxonomy. Quirrell's hands stopped trembling. For just a moment. Then the trembling resumed, and he smiled his watery smile. I'm not familiar with that classification, I'm afraid. Perhaps you could point me to the R reference. It's in Flamel's treatise on aberrant magical entities, 1743. Not widely available. I can lend you my copy if you're interested. That's very generous. I'll let you know. Harry nodded and left. He could feel Quirrell's gaze on his back all the way to the door, and beneath it, the other gaze, the red one, burning like a coal. He'd just told Voldemort, in the politest possible terms, that he knew what was hiding under that turban. Good, he thought. Let him wonder how much I know. Let him worry. The first week passed. Then the second. Harry settled into the rhythms of Hogwarts, and Hogwarts, slowly, settled around him. Classes were mostly straightforward. He excelled in all of them, not performatively, not to show off, but because he was genuinely operating at a level that most first years wouldn't reach for years. In Transfiguration, McGonagall gave him advanced exercises while the rest of the class caught up. In Charms, Flitwick started setting him challenge problems from the second-year curriculum, and then, when Harry solved those in a single afternoon, the third-year curriculum. In Herbology, Neville outperformed him for the first time, and Harry was so genuinely delighted by this that Neville went red to the ears and dropped his pot. Potions remained a battlefield. Snape docked points from Harry with the mechanical regularity of a clock striking the hour. Harry's potions were consistently flawless, which seemed to enrage Snape more than if they'd been terrible. The only concession Harry made was to stop correcting Snape publicly, not because he was afraid, but because Ron pointed out that Gryffindor's point total was suffering. I appreciate the principle, Ron said. But we're going to end up with negative points at this rate, and Fred and George will actually murder me. Fine. I'll save my corrections for after class. You're going to submit written corrections to Snape? Nicolas always said that if someone refuses to hear criticism, you put it in writing so they can refuse at their leisure. He's going to kill you. Actually kill you. With potions. The friendships deepened. Ron turned out to be a chess player of startling ability. Harry played him on the third evening and lost in 22 moves, which hadn't happened since the last time he'd played Nicolas. Ron's strategic mind was extraordinary. He could see patterns and possibilities 6, 8, 10 moves ahead, mapping the board the way Harry mapped magical resonances. When Harry told him this, Ron shrugged and said, "It's just chess," and Harry heard the echo of Hermione saying, "It's just physics," and thought, "I am surrounded by people who don't know how exceptional they are." Hermione's friendship was different, more intellectual, more intense. She had a hunger for knowledge that matched Harry's own, and their conversations ranged across every subject Hogwarts offered and several it didn't. She pushed him. Not in the way Nicholas had pushed him, with patience and centuries of experience, but with the impatient, demanding energy of someone who needed to understand now and wouldn't accept vague answers or hand-waving. "But why?" she'd ask, for the fourth or fifth time in a conversation. "You've explained what the principle does, but not why it works that way. What's the underlying mechanism?" And Harry would dig deeper, past the surface of what Nicholas had taught him, into the foundations, and sometimes he found that he didn't actually know the answer, and that was thrilling. Because it meant there was still more to learn. 2 weeks into term, he received his first letter from Nicholas. The owl arrived at breakfast, not a Hogwarts owl but a great grey that Harry recognized as Mercurius, Nicholas's personal messenger. The bird landed on the table with an authority that scattered toast racks and juice pitchers, dropped a thick envelope in front of Harry, and departed without waiting for a reply. Harry opened the letter. Nicholas's handwriting was small, precise, and faintly luminous, an old habit. He used ink mixed with a trace of phosphor so his notes could be read in dark workshops. "My dear Harry, Perenelle, and I hope you are well. She insists I ask whether you are eating properly, to which I have pointed out that Hogwarts has not failed to feed a student in approximately 1,000 years, but she remains unconvinced. I write with news that you should hear from me rather than through rumor. Albus visited us last week. He is aware that I have given you something, though I do not believe he knows the full nature of it yet. He asked pointed questions about your training, your capabilities, and my reasons for arming a child, as he put it. I told him that you were not armed. You were prepared." He did not find this distinction comforting. Albus is a good man, but he operates on a model of control that does not accommodate variables he has not placed on the board himself. You are such a variable. He will attempt to manage you, gently, kindly, with the best of intentions. Remember what I told you. Learn from him. Do not be consumed by him. On a more personal note, I am tired today. Not alarmingly so, but more than yesterday. The elixir sustains, but it does not reverse. Perenelle and I have discussed our timeline and have decided to continue through the spring, as planned. I tell you this not to cause you distress but because you deserve honesty, and I will not insult you with false cheer. Be brave, be curious, and be kind. The last is the most difficult and the most important. All my love, Nicholas. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he folded it carefully, put it in his pocket, and finished his breakfast. Ron noticed. You all right? Letter from home. Nicholas says hello. Is everything okay? Harry looked at Ron, at his open, concerned, freckled face, and felt the pull of honesty war with the habit of privacy. He'd never had someone his own age to confide in. He'd never needed one. But the ache in his chest when he read Nicholas's words, I am tired today, was a weight he didn't want to carry alone. He's getting older, Harry said. He's choosing not to take the elixir anymore. He and Perenelle, they've decided it's time. Ron's eyes went wide. You mean, they're going to, yes. Harry. Ron's voice was quiet, stripped of its usual humor. I'm sorry. It's their choice. I respect it. Harry's voice was steady. His hands, under the table, were not. It's just, he's the closest thing to a father I've ever had. And I'm going to lose him before the year is out. Ron didn't say anything for a moment. Then he reached across the table and clapped Harry on the shoulder, a brief, firm grip, and said, Well, you've got us now. Me and Hermione. And we're not going anywhere. It was the simplest, most direct comfort anyone had ever offered Harry, and it nearly undid him. Thanks, Ron. Don't mention it. Seriously. Don't mention it to Fred and George or they'll never let me hear the end of being soppy. That evening, after dinner, an owl arrived for Harry, not from Nicholas this time, but from the headmaster's office. A short note in looping purple handwriting: "Dear Harry, I wonder if you might join me in my office after dinner this evening. I find myself rather partial to chocolate frogs, if you happen to have one. The password is Sherbet Lemon. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore." Harry found the gargoyle on the second floor, gave the password, and rode the revolving staircase up to the headmaster's office. The room was circular, cluttered, and fascinating. Instruments Harry didn't recognize whirred and clicked on spindly tables. Portraits of former headmasters lined the walls, most of them pretending to sleep. A magnificent red and gold bird sat on a perch near the desk, a phoenix, and Harry's breath caught because he'd never seen one alive. "Beautiful, isn't she?" Dumbledore was seated behind his desk, his half-moon spectacles catching the candlelight. "Fawkes. She's been with me for a very long time." The phoenix regarded Harry with bright, dark eyes. The stone pulsed warm against his chest, not a warning, but a recognition. Phoenix fire was a component of the elixir of life. The stone knew its kin. "Please, sit down." Dumbledore gestured to a comfortable chair. "Lemon drop?" "No, thank you." "Pity." "They're excellent." Dumbledore folded his hands on the desk. "Thank you for coming, Harry. I've been meaning to speak with you since the term began, but I wanted to give you time to settle in. How are you finding Hogwarts?" "Remarkable. The castle's magical infrastructure alone is unlike anything I've studied." "Yes, the founders were quite extraordinary. Though I imagine Nicholas's estate has its own charms." "It does. But the scale here is different. There's a communal quality to Hogwarts magic, thousands of people channeling energy through the same space over 1,000 years. It creates resonance patterns that a single household, no matter how old, can't replicate." Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling, but beneath the twinkle, Harry could feel the assessment. The headmaster was cataloguing every word, measuring its implications, mapping Harry's knowledge and perspective the way a chess player mapped the opening moves. "You sound remarkably like Nicholas," Dumbledore said. "He always did see magic as music, patterns and harmonies. You know him well." "He was my mentor, in a sense. As he was yours. Though I suspect our educations were rather different." Dumbledore paused. "Harry, I'll be direct. I know Nicholas gave you something before you came to Hogwarts. Something significant. I can feel it from here, a resonance that I recognize, because I've spent time with its lesser cousin." Harry didn't blink. "You're talking about the Philosopher's Stone." "I am. The one I have, the one Nicholas gave me some years ago for safekeeping, is currently in this castle, behind a number of protections. But what you're carrying is not that stone." Dumbledore's eyes were very bright. "What you're carrying is the real one." There was no point in lying. Nicholas had told him this would happen, and he'd told him how to handle it. Harry reached into his shirt and drew out the stone on its leather cord. It sat in his palm, crimson, pulsing, alive. The office seemed to brighten around it. Fawkes trilled a single, clear note. "Nicholas bonded it to my magical core," Harry said. "It can't be taken from me, used by anyone else, or separated from me by force. It's not a weapon and it's not a tool. It's a part of me." Dumbledore looked at the stone. His expression was unreadable, but Harry felt the shift in the room, the careful recalculation happening behind those blue eyes. Whatever script Dumbledore had prepared for this conversation, it hadn't included this. "Nicholas did this without consulting me," Dumbledore said. His voice was mild, but there was an edge beneath it. "He didn't need your permission. It's his stone. I am not questioning his right. I am questioning his judgment. You are 11 years old, Harry. The Philosopher's Stone is arguably the most powerful magical object in existence. The weight of it is mine to carry. Nicholas trusted me. If you want to argue that he was wrong, you'll have to take it up with him." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he leaned back in his chair, and some of the tension left the room. "You are very like your mother," he said quietly. "She had the same quality, an absolute unwillingness to be managed. James would have argued with me. Lily would simply have stated her position and waited for me to accept it. I'll take that as a compliment. It is one." Dumbledore removed his spectacles and polished them on his sleeve. "Harry, I owe you an apology. When you were an infant, I placed you with your mother's sister. I believed it was the safest option. Nicholas disagreed. He took you, and in doing so, he gave you something I had not planned for, a childhood. A real one. With love and education and stability. I cannot regret the decision he made, even though I disagreed with it at the time." Harry studied the old man's face. The apology seemed genuine. But there was something beneath it, a calculation, a repositioning. "But," Harry said. Dumbledore put his spectacles back on. "But. You are now in my school, carrying an artifact of immense power, and I believe we both know that there is a threat in this castle that is drawn to that power like a moth to flame." Quirrell. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. "You know. I felt at the moment I walked into the Great Hall. There's something attached to Quirrell, something parasitic. Something that shouldn't exist. My scar reacts to it, and the stone goes cold whenever I'm near him. How much do you know about what happened to you as an infant? About Voldemort?" "Nicholas told me everything. The war, the prophecy, don't look surprised, he found out about it years ago, my parents' murder, the rebounding curse. He told me that something was left behind in my scar. He said he'd tell me what it was before I left for Hogwarts, but he ran out of time. He said, soon." Dumbledore's face had gone very still. "He told you about the prophecy." "He told me it existed. Not its contents." "I see." Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. When he spoke again, his voice was careful, precise. "Harry, what Nicholas did not tell you, what he was preparing to tell you, is that the fragment of magic in your scar is a piece of Voldemort's soul." The room tilted. Not physically, the stone kept Harry grounded, steady, but the meaning of those words hit him like a wave. "His soul," Harry repeated. "When Voldemort's killing curse rebounded, it damaged him in ways that go beyond the physical. His soul, already fractured by previous acts of dark magic, shattered further. A fragment lodged in the only living thing in the room. You." Harry's hand went to his scar. Under his fingers, the thin line of raised tissue felt the same as it always had. But now he knew what was beneath it. A piece of the man who'd killed his parents, buried in his own flesh like a splinter of dark glass. "Is that why my scar hurts when I'm near Quirrell?" "I believe so. What is attached to Professor Quirrell is another part of Voldemort, what remains of his primary consciousness. The fragment in your scar recognizes it. They resonate. Like calls to like," Harry murmured. "An alchemical principle. One of the first Nicholas had taught him." "Precisely." Harry was quiet for a moment. The stone pulsed against his chest, warm, steady, patient. It was waiting for him. Not pushing, not pulling. Just there. "Can it be removed?" he asked. "The soul fragment?" "I have been researching that question for 10 years. I believe it can, but the process would be extraordinarily dangerous. The fragment is deeply embedded in your magical core. Removing it without killing you would require," Dumbledore hesitated. "Would require the Philosopher's Stone," Harry finished. Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Nicholas knew. That's why he gave it to me. Not just to protect me, to cure me." "I believe so. Though I confess I did not realize the full extent of his plan until this moment." Dumbledore looked at Harry with something that might have been admiration. "He has been planning this for 10 years. Training you, bonding you to the stone, preparing you to do the one thing that could free you from Voldemort's shadow. He said he'd tell me soon. Before spring. Harry's voice was steady, but his mind was racing. He's running out of time. He wanted to guide me through it himself. And he still may. The process will require preparation. Study. Practice. It cannot be rushed. What about Quirrell? What about the Voldemort attached to him? Dumbledore's expression turned grim. That is the more immediate concern. Voldemort, in his current form, is seeking the Philosopher's Stone to restore his body. He believes the stone I am guarding in this castle is the real one. For now, that deception holds. But if he discovers the true stone, if he senses what you carry, he already senses it. I felt him notice me at the feast. And yesterday in defense class, he looked at me through Quirrell's eyes. Dumbledore's hands tightened on the edge of his desk. Then we have less time than I hoped. What's your plan? My plan was to let Quirrell make his attempt on the stone's protections, catch him in the act, and deal with Voldemort's presence directly. But that plan assumed the real stone was safe in France with Nicolas. Your arrival has changed the equation. I'm not leaving, Harry said. And I'm not hiding the stone. I would not ask you to leave. But I would ask you to be careful. Voldemort is diminished, but he is not weak. He is cunning, patient, and desperate, the most dangerous combination. He will come for you, Harry. Not today, perhaps not for months. But he will come. Good, Harry said. Let him. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, he smiled. It was a real smile, not the twinkling, performative warmth he projected to the world, but something genuine and almost surprised. Nicolas did well with you, he said quietly. Better than I could have. I want you to know that I see that. Thank you, Professor. Call me Dumbledore. Or Albus, if you prefer. I have a feeling we're going to be spending rather a lot of time together. Harry stood, tucked the stone back under his shirt, and turned to leave. At the door, he paused. Dumbledore. Yes. The soul fragment in my scar, does it affect me? My thoughts, my personality? The old man was quiet for a moment. I have watched you for 2 weeks, Harry. I have seen a boy who is brave, kind, intellectually rigorous, and fiercely protective of his friends. If Voldemort's soul has influenced you, it has done so only in the way that a shadow makes the light more visible by contrast. You are entirely yourself. Harry nodded once and left. He walked back to Gryffindor Tower through the quiet evening corridors, the stone warm against his heart, the scar on his forehead tingling faintly. The castle moved around him, staircases shifting, portraits murmuring, the deep pulse of ancient magic thrumming through the stone. A piece of Voldemort's soul lived in his scar. Another piece was sitting in a classroom on the first floor, wearing a man like a mask, plotting to steal a stone that wasn't real while the real one walked the halls around his neck. Harry should have been afraid. He searched himself carefully, the way Nicolas had taught him, examining his own emotional state with the same precision he'd used to assess a volatile compound, and found fear's absence. What he found instead was something harder, colder, more useful. Resolution. He was going to end this. Not on Dumbledore's timeline. Not on Voldemort's. On his own. He found Ron and Hermione in the common room. Ron was halfway through a chess game against himself, frowning at the board. Hermione was reading by the fire, her quill scratching notes in the margins of a history of magic. They both looked up when Harry came through the portrait hole. You were gone a while, Ron said. Everything all right? Harry looked at them. His first real friends. The first people his own age who'd seen him as Harry, not as a symbol or a weapon or a variable on someone's chessboard. He sat down between them. I need to tell you something, he said. Both of you. And it's going to sound, well. It's going to sound like a lot. He told them. Not everything, not yet, but enough. The stone. Quirrell. The presence he'd felt. Dumbledore's warning. He didn't tell them about the soul fragment in his scar. That was a weight he needed to sit with before he shared it, and he wasn't ready yet. When he finished, Ron said, "So you're telling me that Voldemort is stuck to the back of our defense professor's head, and you're walking around with the most powerful magical object ever created hanging around your neck on a bit of leather." That's an accurate summary, yes. Ron looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at Ron. Right, Ron said. What do we do? Not are you mad, not that's impossible, not we should tell a teacher. Just, what do we do? Harry felt something crack open in his chest. Something warm and fragile and terrifying. For now, he said, we watch. We learn. We don't let Quirrell, or Voldemort, know how much we know. And when the time comes to act, we act together, Hermione finished. Her voice was steady, her jaw set. Whatever this is, you're not doing it alone. Absolutely not, Ron agreed. Hermione's right. You're stuck with us, mate. Harry looked at them, Ron, with his freckles and his fearless grin, Hermione, with her burning eyes and her unshakable resolve, and knew with absolute certainty that Nicolas had been right to send him here. Not for the classes. Not for the teachers. For this. For them. All right, he said. Together. The fire crackled. Outside, the October wind howled around the tower. Deep in the castle, behind locked doors and layered protections, a replica stone sat in the dark, waiting to be stolen. And in Quirrell's chambers, Voldemort plotted and schemed and dreamed of immortality, not knowing that the real key to everything he wanted was already in the castle, bonded to the heart of an 11-year-old boy who had no intention of giving it up. The game was moving. The pieces were in play. And Harry Potter, alchemist's apprentice, bearer of the true stone, marked by prophecy and shadowed by death, sat with his friends in the firelight and waited for the board to show him his next move. He didn't have to wait long. Chapter 3, The Weight of Gold. October came to the Scottish Highlands with teeth. The wind off the lake turned sharp and cold, rattling the windows of Gryffindor Tower and sending students scurrying between classes with their cloaks pulled tight. The grounds went bronze and gold, the forbidden forest darkening as leaves fell, and the castle itself seemed to draw inward, its fires burning brighter, its corridors warmer, as if the ancient building was buttoning itself up for winter. Harry barely noticed the weather. He had too much to think about. 3 days after his meeting with Dumbledore, he sat in the library with a book open in front of him that he wasn't reading. The stone rested against his chest, warm and steady, and his mind turned over the same question from a dozen different angles. A piece of Voldemort's soul. In my scar. Fused to my magical core. He hadn't told Ron and Hermione yet. He'd almost told them twice, once by the fire when Ron was analyzing a chess position and the conversation drifted to Quirrell, and once in the library when Hermione asked why he kept touching his scar. Both times, the words had climbed to the back of his teeth and stopped. It wasn't shame. It wasn't fear. It was something more fundamental, a reluctance to watch their faces change. Right now, Ron and Hermione looked at him and saw Harry. Their friend. If he told them that a fragment of the most evil wizard in a century was embedded in his skull, what would they see then? You're being a coward, he told himself. And Nicolas didn't raise cowards. He'd tell them. Soon. When he understood more. In the meantime, he wrote to Nicolas. Dear Nicolas, Dumbledore told me about the soul fragment. I assume this is the thing you said you'd explain soon. I'm not angry that you waited. I understand the pedagogy, you wanted me bonded to the stone and settled at Hogwarts before I had to process it. It was the right call. But I need to know, how do I get it out? Voldemort is here. Attached to Professor Quirrell. I can feel him every time I'm near the man, and he can feel me. The fragment in my scar resonates with his presence. It's like standing next to a bell that someone keeps striking. I can dampen it, but I can't silence it completely. Dumbledore says the stone is the key. That the removal process requires it. But he doesn't know the specifics. He's a wizard, not an alchemist, and the difference matters here. You're the only person alive who can tell me what to do. I'm ready, Nicholas. Whatever it takes. Your apprentice and your son, Harry. He sent the letter with Mercurius, who'd taken up semi-permanent residence in the Ollery and terrorized the school owls with aristocratic disdain. The reply came 4 days later. My dear boy, I should have told you myself. That Albus took it upon himself is, well, it is very Albus. He cannot resist being the one who reveals the crucial information at the crucial moment. It is perhaps his most irritating quality, and the competition for that title is fierce. You ask how to remove the fragment. The answer is alchemical, and it is not simple, but it is possible. I have spent 10 years developing the procedure. It is the reason I bonded you to the stone. The process is called Separatio anime, the separation of the soul. It is, in essence, a targeted alchemical dissolution. The stone's power, channeled through your own magical core, can identify the foreign fragment and isolate it from your living tissue. Think of it as the magical equivalent of removing a splinter, except the splinter has roots, and the roots are tangled through your nervous system. The process has 3 stages, corresponding to the 3 phases of the great work, nigredo, the blackening. You must confront the fragment directly. Not push it away, not suppress it, but turn inward and face it. The stone will illuminate it, make it visible to your inner eye. This is the most dangerous stage, because the fragment will resist. It is a piece of a conscious soul, Harry. It will fight. Albedo, the whitening. Once the fragment is exposed, the stone's purifying resonance can begin to dissolve the connections binding it to your core. This requires sustained focus and enormous power. The stone will provide the power. The focus must be yours. Rubedo, the reddening. The final transformation. The fragment, dissolved and separated, must be transmuted, not destroyed, because a soul fragment cannot be destroyed by ordinary means, but converted. Changed into something inert. The stone can do this. It is what the stone was made for, the transmutation of base material into something pure. I will not pretend this is without risk. The nigredo stage in particular is perilous. The fragment may attempt to overwhelm you, to drown your consciousness in Voldemort's memories, his emotions, his will. You must be anchored. You must know who you are so thoroughly that no shadow can shake it. I intended to guide you through this in person, over the summer. But I have read your letter carefully, and I hear what you are not saying, that Voldemort's proximity is accelerating the resonance, and that waiting until summer may not be an option. If you must act before I can be with you, remember the first principle, the alchemist masters himself before he masters any element. You are the crucible. The stone is the fire. And the impurity will be burned away. I believe in you. Completely and without reservation. Nicolas P.S. Perenelle says you are not eating enough vegetables. I have no idea how she knows this from 800 miles away, but she is usually right about these things. Harry read the letter in the dormitory, sitting on his bed with the curtains drawn. When he finished, he folded it and placed it with Nicholas's previous letter in the locked box at the bottom of his trunk. 3 stages. Nigredo, albedo, rubedo. The black, the white, the red. The foundational sequence of the great work, the same process that had created the stone itself, now turned inward, applied to his own soul. He could do this. He'd been training for this his entire life without knowing it. But not yet. Not until the moment was right. The following Monday, something shifted in the dynamic of his daily life, a tremor he hadn't expected from a direction he hadn't been watching. It started in Transfiguration. McGonagall had given the class beetles to transform into buttons, and Harry had finished in the first minute. He sat quietly, turning his perfect button between his fingers, waiting for the others to catch up. 2 rows ahead, Hermione was on her 3rd attempt, her beetle stubbornly retaining its legs. Neville's beetle had fled under his desk. Ron was staring at his with the expression of a man trying to negotiate with an unreasonable opponent. And at the back of the room, Draco Malfoy was watching Harry. Not with the petulant hostility of their first encounter. Something else. Something more considered. After class, Malfoy intercepted him in the corridor. His 2 bookends, Crabbe and Goyle, hung back at a meaningful distance, which told Harry this was intended to be a real conversation rather than a confrontation. Potter. Malfoy. Malfoy fell into step beside him. He was silent for a few paces, which was unusual enough to be noteworthy. When he spoke, his voice was lower than its usual drawl, pitched for Harry's ears only. I wrote to my father about you. About what you said on the first night, the Bloodlines comment. And he was furious. Wanted me to challenge you publicly. Make an example. Malfoy's jaw tightened. I told him it wouldn't work. That you weren't, you're not the kind of person that works on. Is that a compliment? It's an observation. My father's worldview is structured. Ancient families, pure blood, the natural order of things. I grew up in that structure. It made sense. And then you walked in, and you're the most powerful student in this school by a margin that's almost obscene, and you were raised by a half-blood alchemist in France, and the whole framework just, he made a sharp gesture with his hand. Breaking something. Harry stopped walking. So did Malfoy. Students flowed around them in the corridor like water around stones. What are you asking me, Draco? The use of his first name visibly surprised Malfoy. He recovered quickly. I'm not asking anything. I'm telling you that I'm reassessing. My father's worldview has an explanation for everything. Muggleborns are weak. Half-bloods are lesser. Power follows blood. And then there's you, and there's Granger, who outperforms every pureblood in our year except me, and I'm starting to think the explanations don't hold. They don't. I know that. I'm not stupid, Potter. But knowing something intellectually and dismantling everything you were taught to believe are 2 different things. Malfoy's expression was complicated, vulnerable in a way that didn't suit his pointed features but made him look, for the first time, like an actual 11-year-old. I'm not going to be your friend. I'm not going to sit with you at meals and braid Granger's hair. But I'm telling you that I'm watching, and I'm thinking, and if you could refrain from publicly humiliating me while I do it, I'd appreciate it. Harry studied him. This was not the Malfoy he'd expected, the spoiled bully, the miniature bigot. This was a boy standing at the edge of a cliff, looking down at the wreckage of his father's certainties, trying to decide whether to jump or step back. I won't humiliate you, Harry said. I never intended to. You did it without trying. That's worse. Maybe. But the fact that you're standing here telling me this instead of doubling down on your father's ideology, that takes more courage than most people have. Don't patronize me. I'm not. I'm being precise. There's a difference. Malfoy held his gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded once, sharp, military, and turned and walked away. Crabbe and Gob lumbered after him, looking confused. Ron caught up with Harry a minute later. Was Malfoy just talking to you? Voluntarily? Without hexes? He's thinking, Harry said. About what? About whether everything his father taught him is wrong. And is it? Almost certainly. But he has to figure that out himself. Ron chewed on this. You know, most people just punch Malfoy when he's annoying. Punching is temporary. Making someone think is permanent. You really are Flamel's apprentice, aren't you? Harry grinned. The week before Halloween brought a cold snap that iced the castle windows and drove even Hagrid, the enormous groundskeeper, whom Harry had visited several times for tea and conversation, indoors. Hagrid was a genuinely warm person with a dangerous fondness for monsters and an inability to keep secrets. Within 20 minutes of Harry's first visit, he'd inadvertently confirmed that the third-floor corridor housed a three-headed dog named Fluffy, that it was guarding something between Dumbledore and Nicolas Flamel, and that Snape had been asking too many questions about the protections. Harry filed this under useful but already known, and accepted another rock cake. The cold snap also brought a shift in Quirrell's behavior that Harry noticed because he was watching for it. The professor had become quieter in class, less stammering, less performance. His lectures grew sharper, more focused, and occasionally a sentence would come out without a single stutter, delivered with a cold clarity that didn't match the persona. Then he'd catch himself, and the mask would snap back into place. But the mask was slipping. Whatever Voldemort was doing to Quirrell, it was accelerating. The man was thinner, paler, and the bags under his eyes had deepened from shadows to bruises. He flinched at loud noises. His hands shook even when his back was turned. He's being consumed, Harry thought. Voldemort is eating him alive. He felt a twist of something unexpected, pity. Not for Voldemort, never for Voldemort, but for Quirrell, who had been a real person once, a scholar, a teacher, before the parasite found him and hollowed him out. During their defense class on the Wednesday before Halloween, Quirrell was demonstrating the knockback jinx, a simple defensive spell, and his wand hand trembled so badly that the spell went wide and shattered a window. The class jumped. Quirrell flushed, repaired the window with a muttered charm, and continued with his head down. After class, Harry hung back again. The classroom emptied. Quirrell gathered his papers with shaking hands. "Professor." Quirrell looked up. The eyes that met Harry's were exhausted, and for a moment, just a moment, they were clear. Present. The real Quirrell, whoever he'd been, looking out through the fog of Voldemort's occupation. "P. Potter." "What can you don't have to keep doing this," Harry said quietly. "Whatever hold he has on you, there are people who can help." The clarity in Quirrell's eyes shattered. Something else surged forward, the cold, red presence, and Quirrell's face twisted into a smile that didn't belong to him. "What a tea-touching offer," Quirrell said. But the stammer was wrong now, mocking, deliberate, a parody of the real thing. "I'm afraid you're mistaken. Everything is quite fine." The temperature in the room dropped. Harry's scar flared, a bright line of pain, and the stone went so cold against his chest it burned. "I know you're in there," Harry said, and he wasn't talking to Quirrell anymore. "I know what you are." The smile widened. Quirrell's eyes were red at the edges, the brown irises bleeding scarlet. "Clever boy," said a voice that was Quirrell's mouth but not Quirrell's voice. Deeper. Colder. Like something speaking through a cracked wall. "Nicolas taught you well. But cleverness won't save you from what's coming. What's coming is a conversation. When you're ready for it. Not before." Harry turned and walked out. His heart was hammering, his scar burning, the stone pulsing cold against his ribs. But his steps were steady and his back was straight, and he didn't look back. In the corridor, Ron was waiting. His face was pale. "Harry, your scar, it's bleeding." Harry touched his forehead. His fingers came away red. "I'll handle it." "You were in there with Quirrell." "What happened?" "I pushed him. More than I should have." Voldemort pushed back. "Your scar is bleeding, Harry." "I noticed." Harry pulled out his wand and murmured a healing charm. The blood stopped. The pain didn't, but that was a deeper problem. "Where's Hermione?" "Library." "As always." "Harry, you can't keep doing this alone." "I'm not. I'm doing it with you. Both of you." Harry looked at Ron, and the decision that had been building for days crystallized. "Come on. Library. There's something I need to tell you both, and I've put it off long enough." They found Hermione in her usual spot, a fortress of books. She looked up when they sat down and immediately zeroed in on the residual bloodstain on Harry's collar. What happened? I did something stupid and I'll explain that in a minute. But first, I need to tell you something about myself that I've been keeping from you, and I need you to hear all of it before you react. Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance. Then they both settled in, giving him their full attention. Harry told them. The soul fragment. Voldemort's Horcrux. Dumbledore had used the word in their meeting, and Harry had found it later in a restricted text that the library's protections couldn't quite keep from a student carrying the Philosopher's Stone. He explained what it meant: a piece of Voldemort's soul, torn free by the act of murder, lodged in Harry's scar, fused to his magical core. He told them about Nicholas's letter. The 3 stages. The process that could free him. When he finished, the library was very quiet. A few tables away, a Ravenclaw turned a page. Madame Pance's quill scratched at her desk. Hermione spoke first. Her voice was careful, precise, the way it got when she was processing something enormous and refusing to let emotion outrun analysis. A Horcrux. That's what it's called. I've never read about them. You wouldn't have. The information is restricted. Even Dumbledore's library only has fragments. But Nicolas has the full theory. Nicolas has 600 years of study. He knows more about the soul and its relationship to magic than anyone alive. And the removal process, this separatio anime, he's certain it will work. He designed it specifically for this. He's been preparing the stone for it since I was a baby. Hermione nodded slowly. Her eyes were bright, but not with tears, with the fierce, focused light that meant she was already thinking about how to help. What do you need from us? Harry had been braced for horror, for pity, for the subtle shift in their eyes that would tell him they now saw the monster inside him instead of their friend. What he got instead was a question about logistics, and it nearly broke his composure. Ron hadn't spoken. He was sitting very still, his freckles standing out against skin that had gone pale. Harry looked at him and waited. So you've got a piece of the darkest wizard in a century stuck in your head, Ron said finally, and you've been walking around with it for 10 years, and you're still you. Yes. And there's a way to get it out. Yes. Right. Ron leaned forward. So when do we start? Not yet. The process requires preparation. Nicolas said I need to confront the fragment directly, which means turning inward and facing it. The stone provides the power, but the focus has to be mine. And right now, with Voldemort this close, the fragment is too active. Too agitated. I need Voldemort dealt with first, or at least distracted, before I can safely attempt the separation. So we deal with Quirrell first, Ron said. We deal with Quirrell first. How? We can't exactly challenge Voldemort to a duel in the Great Hall. No. But we can be ready when he makes his move. He's going to go for the stone, Dumbledore's replica, in the 3rd-floor corridor. He's been working toward it all term. When he commits, he'll be focused on the protections, and he'll have to bring Quirrell's body through them physically. That's when he's most vulnerable. Hermione pulled a fresh sheet of parchment toward her. We need to map the protections. We know about Fluffy, that's Hagrid's. What else? At least 6 more layers. Different signatures. I can feel them through the stone, but the details are fuzzy from a distance. Then we need to get closer. The corridor is forbidden. Yes. It is. Hermione met his eyes, and there was something in her expression that Harry had never seen before, a deliberate, conscious decision to break a rule. I think we can manage that. Ron stared at her. Who are you and what have you done with Hermione Granger? Oh, shut up, Ron. Some things are more important than following rules. I'm going to remember you said that. I'm sure you will. They spent the rest of the free period planning. Ron sketched out approaches to the third-floor corridor based on what he'd observed of patrol schedules and traffic patterns. It's like chess, isn't it? You have to know where the pieces are before you can move. Hermione began compiling a list of every protective enchantment she'd read about that might apply. Harry reached through the stone's senses periodically, feeling for changes in the corridor's magical signature. They were, Harry realized, becoming a team. Not just friends who happened to sit together, a unit, each person's strengths covering the other's gaps. Ron saw strategy. Hermione saw knowledge. Harry saw magic. Together, they saw more than any of them could alone. Nicolas would be proud. Halloween morning dawned gray and cold. The castle was decorated, floating jack-o'-lanterns, live bats swooping through the corridors, the smell of pumpkin and cinnamon drifting from the kitchens. Harry woke early, as always, and lay in bed for a moment, feeling the weight of the day. October 31st. The anniversary of his parents' deaths. The night Voldemort had come to Godric's Hollow, killed James Potter in the front hall, killed Lily Potter in the nursery, and turned his wand on a 1-year-old boy. 15 years ago today. Harry got up, dressed, and went to the window. The grounds were silver with frost. Somewhere out there, beyond the forest and the mountains and the channel, Nicolas and Perenelle were waking in their ancient house, and Nicolas was one day closer to the end he'd chosen. Be brave, be curious, and be kind. He pressed his hand against the stone through his shirt. I'm trying. The day passed. Classes were shortened for the Halloween feast. Charms was devoted to the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa, and Hermione nailed it on the first attempt, earning 10 points from a delighted Flitwick. Ron struggled, and Hermione corrected his pronunciation, and Ron muttered something about being lectured, and Hermione heard it, and by the time they left the classroom, she was walking 10 paces ahead with her jaw set and her eyes suspiciously bright. She heard you, Harry said. I know. I didn't mean, I was frustrated. My feather wouldn't, Ron scrubbed his face. I'll apologize. Good. After I eat. I can't apologize on an empty stomach. But Hermione didn't come to the feast. Harry and Ron sat at the Gryffindor table as the great hall filled with noise and candlelight and the extraordinary spread of Halloween food, and the seat across from them stayed empty. Parvati said she's in the girls' bathroom, Neville offered. Crying. Ron's ears went red. Right. I'm the worst. You're not the worst. You just need to be better. There's a difference. That's very philosophical for someone covered in pumpkin juice. Harry looked down. One of Fred Weasley's enchanted pumpkins had just exploded. Fair point. He was reaching for a napkin when the doors of the great hall burst open and Quirrell sprinted in, his turban askew, his face the color of ash. Troll, he screamed. Troll in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know, he collapsed face first onto the floor. The hall erupted. Students screamed, jumped up, stampeded toward the doors. Dumbledore rose from the staff table and fired a cannon blast from his wand that silenced the room. Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons. The crowd surged. Percy was shouting orders. Students poured through the doors. Harry stood perfectly still, and 2 things clicked into place at once. The first, Hermione didn't know about the troll. She was in the bathroom, alone, on the first floor, exactly where a mountain troll loose in the castle could find her. The second, Quirrell had announced the troll and fainted. But his hands hadn't been shaking when he burst through the doors. His voice hadn't stuttered. And as he lay on the floor, Harry caught the faintest flicker of a smile on the man's unconscious face. It's a distraction. He let the troll in. Every teacher is heading to the dungeons, which means the third-floor corridor is unguarded. Harry grabbed Ron's arm. Hermione doesn't know. She's in the first-floor bathroom. Ron's face went white. The troll is probably heading straight for her. Come on. They broke from the crowd and ran. The corridors were chaos, students streaming in every direction, prefects shouting, the castle's own magic agitated, wards flickering. Harry and Ron sprinted against the current, dodging bodies, Harry's scar prickling as they passed the staircase that led to the third-floor corridor. He felt Quirrell's presence up there, already moving, already through the first door. Later. Hermione first. They reached the first-floor corridor and heard it before they saw it, a low, grunting sound, like a pig the size of a truck, accompanied by the scraping of something heavy being dragged across stone. The mountain troll was 12 feet tall, lumpy gray skin, tiny head, massive club that it dragged behind it like a child's toy. It was lumbering down the corridor toward the girls' bathroom with the mindless determination of something that smelled prey and couldn't be bothered with doors. It reached the bathroom. It turned. It swung the club. The door exploded inward. Hermione screamed, a real scream, raw and terrified, and the troll shambled through the shattered doorway. Harry didn't hesitate. He didn't plan. He ran. The bathroom was flooding, shattered sinks spewing water across the tile, debris from the door scattered everywhere. Hermione was backed against the far wall, her face white, her wand out but her hand shaking too hard to cast. The troll raised its club to bring it down on the row of stalls she'd been hiding in, and the stalls disintegrated into wooden shrapnel. Harry reached through the stone. Not deliberately, not the careful, measured channeling Nicolas had taught him. This was instinct, raw and hot, the stone responding to his need like a heartbeat responds to adrenaline. Power surged through him, and he pointed his wand at the troll's raised club and said, "Arresto." The club stopped. Mid-swing, 1,200 pounds of gnarled wood simply halted in the air as if it had hit an invisible wall. The troll grunted in confusion and tried to pull it back. It didn't move. Harry held the spell with one hand, the stone singing in his chest, amplifying his magic, making the impossible feel almost easy, and with the other, he jabbed his wand at the troll's legs and said, "Impedimenta." The troll's legs locked. It swayed, teetered, its tiny eyes blinking with dull confusion, and then toppled forward like a felled tree. It hit the flooded floor with a crash that shook the walls. The club clattered free. Ron had run in behind Harry. He stood in the doorway, dripping, staring at the unconscious troll, his mouth open. "Did you just, yes? Hermione. Are you hurt?" Hermione was still pressed against the wall. She was soaking wet, shaking, and her eyes were enormous. But she wasn't hurt. I'm fine." "How did you? That was a mountain troll, Harry." "First years can't, apparently this one can," Ron said. He stepped over the troll's outstretched arm and offered Hermione his hand. "Come on. Before it wakes up." Hermione took his hand. She was trembling. "I'm sorry," Ron said as he pulled her up. "About what I said in Charms. It was stupid and I didn't mean it." "You're brilliant, Hermione. Properly brilliant. I was just being a prat because my feather wouldn't float." "You're apologizing now? While standing on a troll? Seemed like the right moment. Life or death and all that." A laugh burst out of Hermione, half hysterical, half genuine, and some of the terror drained from her face. Ron grinned. Harry grinned. And for a moment, the three of them stood in a destroyed bathroom with an unconscious troll at their feet and a ruined castle around them, and something locked into place between them. A bond forged not in conversation or shared study but in crisis, in the raw, unscripted moment when Ron had offered his hand and Hermione had taken it and Harry had stood between his friends and a monster and refused to let it touch them. Then the teachers arrived. McGonagall came first, her face ashen. Snape was behind her, limping slightly. Harry noticed and filed it away, and Quirrell brought up the rear, leaning against the doorframe with one hand pressed to his chest, the picture of traumatized fragility. "Liar," Harry thought, looking at Quirrell. "You were on the third floor. You let this thing in as a diversion. What on earth happened here?" McGonagall's voice was sharp with the particular fury that comes from fear. Why aren't you in your dormitories? Hermione stepped forward. It's my fault, Professor. I went looking for the troll because I'd read about them and thought I could handle it. Harry and Ron came to find me. It was such a clean, selfless lie that Harry almost believed it himself. McGonagall stared at Hermione, then at the troll, then at the three of them standing wet and defiant in the wreckage. 5 points from Gryffindor for your foolishness, Miss Granger. She turned to Harry and Ron. And 5 points each to Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley. For sheer dumb luck, if nothing else. Her mouth twitched. Now get to your dormitory. All of you. They went. In the corridor, away from the teachers, Ron let out a breath that seemed to deflate him by 2 inches. That was the most terrifying thing that's ever happened to me, and my brothers once put a spider in my bed that was the size of a dinner plate. You're scared of spiders? Hermione asked. Not the point. It's a little bit the point. Harry listened to them bicker and felt the adrenaline slowly drain from his muscles. The stone was settling, its pulse returning to normal, the cold surge of power easing back to its steady warmth. He'd used it instinctively, no calculation, no formula, just raw need and raw response. Nicolas would have opinions about that. But it had worked. Hermione was alive. The troll was down. And the 3 of them were walking through Hogwarts together, wet and shaking and grinning like idiots, and Harry thought, This is what Nicolas meant when he said I needed people. They reached the portrait hole. The fat lady looked them up and down and said, You 3 look like you've been swimming in a sewer. Close enough, Ron said. Pig snout. The common room was warm and buzzing with excited chatter about the troll. Fred and George were holding court by the fire, spinning increasingly elaborate theories about how it had gotten in. Harry, Ron, and Hermione slipped through the crowd and claimed the armchairs in the back corner. Hermione was quiet. She sat with her knees pulled up, her wet hair dripping onto her robes, and stared at the fire. You stopped a mountain troll, she said. A full-grown mountain troll. With 2 spells. The stone helped. Harry, even with the stone, that was, the magical output required to freeze a troll in motion is, she stopped. Calculated. Her eyes went wider. That's equivalent to a 6th or 7th year level spell. At minimum. Nicholas's training included practical combat applications. He was very thorough. He didn't teach you to fight trolls. He taught me to apply magical force precisely and proportionally to any obstacle. The troll was just, a large obstacle. Hermione shook her head slowly. You're not a normal student, Harry. I never claimed to be. No, you didn't. And I think, she paused, choosing her words carefully. I think the school is going to figure that out very soon, if they haven't already. You can't stop a mountain troll in front of 3 teachers and expect it to go unnoticed. She was right. By morning, the story had spread through the school like wildfire, embellished, distorted, inflated. By the version Harry overheard at breakfast, he'd apparently killed the troll with a single spell while simultaneously rescuing a dozen students and levitating a burning building. The reality was less dramatic but the impact was the same. Every student and teacher in Hogwarts now knew that Harry Potter was operating on a level that first years, that most students, simply didn't reach. Malfoy found him in the corridor after breakfast. He looked troubled. A mountain troll, Malfoy said. Is it true? Mostly. The details have been exaggerated. My father is going to hear about this. Probably. He's going to want to know what kind of training you've had. Where your power comes from. He'll see you as either an asset or a threat, and he doesn't react well to threats. Harry studied Malfoy. The boy was genuinely concerned, not for Harry, exactly, but about the ripples Harry was creating in the carefully ordered world Malfoy was trying to navigate. Your father can form whatever opinions he likes. I'm not going to modulate my abilities to make powerful people comfortable. I'm not asking you to. Malfoy struggled visibly. I'm warning you. Because it seemed like the right thing to do, and I'm trying to figure out what that means. Harry nodded slowly. Thank you, Draco. I appreciate it. Malfoy left, looking like he'd swallowed something unexpected and wasn't sure if he liked the taste. The week after Halloween brought Nicholas's next letter, and this one was different. It arrived on a Thursday morning, carried not by Mercurius but by a small, unfamiliar owl that looked like it had been flying all night. The envelope was thinner than usual. The handwriting was the same, small, precise, luminous, but the letters were slightly less steady than before. Harry, I am writing to tell you something that I do not want to put in a letter but must, because time is not the ally it once was. I have accelerated my timeline. Perenelle and I have decided that we will stop taking the elixir at the end of November rather than in the spring. The reason is simple, I am declining faster than expected, and I would rather end clearly and consciously than fade into confusion. Perenelle agrees. She is, as always, braver than I am. This means I will not be here when you come home for Christmas. The letter blurred. Harry blinked, and the words came back into focus. I am sorry, my boy. I promised you I would be here for your first Christmas at home, and I am breaking that promise. It is the first promise I have broken to you, and it will be the last. The estate will be yours. The library, the workshop, the Athanor, everything I have is yours. The legal arrangements are made. Perenelle and I have appointed a trustee, a goblin named Ragnarok at Gringotts, who is honorable in the way that only goblins can be, which is to say absolutely and without sentiment. I need you to listen carefully now. The Separatio anime cannot wait until I am gone. You must have the knowledge in full, and you must have it from me. I have prepared an enchanted mirror, you will find it in a package that should arrive with this letter. Speak my name to the glass, and I will appear. It is not a two-way mirror in the usual sense, it is a projection of my consciousness, anchored to the real mirror in my workshop. I will be able to see you, hear you, and guide you as if I were in the room. Use it when you are ready. Do not rush, but do not wait too long. The fragment in your scar will grow more active as Voldemort's strength increases, and Voldemort's strength is increasing. Whatever he is doing in that castle, it is feeding him. I love you more than the stone, more than the work, more than the 6 centuries of life that gave me the privilege of raising you. You are the finest thing I have ever made, and I did not make you. I only polished what was already gold. Nicolas. Harry folded the letter. His hands were steady. His chest was not. He reached into the package that had arrived with the owl, a small, flat box wrapped in brown paper. Inside, nestled in velvet, was a mirror the size of his palm. Oval, silver-framed, the glass dark and still. He felt the enchantment immediately, deep, precise, layered with Nicholas's unmistakable signature. He put the mirror in his pocket beside the stone and went to class. He didn't tell Ron and Hermione about the letter. Not immediately. He needed a day to carry the weight alone, to feel its shape, before he shared it. That evening, after everyone else was asleep, he drew the curtains around his bed, pulled out the mirror, and whispered, Nicholas. The glass rippled. The darkness cleared, and Nicolas Flamel's face appeared, older than Harry remembered, thinner, the white hair more sparse, the blue eyes dimmer but still sharp. Harry. Nicolas smiled, and the warmth of it reached through the glass like a hand. There you are. Here I am. You've been crying. I have not. You have your mother's tells. She couldn't lie with her eyes either. Nicolas shifted. Behind him, Harry could see the workshop, the Athanor, the shelves, the organized chaos of 6 centuries. Tell me about the troll. You heard about that? Albus wrote to me. Apparently you incapacitated a fully grown mountain troll with 2 spells and terrified 3 professors. He used the phrase, concerning display of raw power. I told him it was a reassuring display of raw power and that he should be grateful you're on his side. Harry almost laughed. Almost. Nicholas. November. The old man's smile faded, replaced by something gentler and more honest. November. I'm sorry, Harry. I didn't want this to happen so fast. Is there anything I can do? You can do what you've always done. Be excellent. Be kind. Lie fully and without apology. And when the time comes, when the elixir runs out and this old body finally gives in to the inevitable, you can remember that I chose this. Freely and gladly. Not because I was tired of life, but because I had found the perfect moment to stop. I raised you. I completed the great work in its truest form. Everything else is footnotes. Harry pressed his hand against the mirror. On the other side, Nicholas pressed his hand to the same spot. Now, Nicholas said, and his voice shifted, warmer, more businesslike, the teacher emerging from the father. The Separatio. Let's begin your preparation. They talked for 2 hours. Nicholas walked him through the theory in exhaustive detail, the mechanics of soul fragmentation, the way a Horcrux embedded in a living host, the specific resonance patterns the stone would need to produce to isolate and dissolve the connection. He drew diagrams in the air with his wand, luminous lines that hung in the workshop's dim light, and Harry copied them into his notebook, his quill moving fast. The critical moment is the nigredo, Nicholas said. The confrontation. When you turn inward and face the fragment, it will try to defend itself. It will use Voldemort's memories, his emotions, his will. It will try to make you feel what he felt, his rage, his hunger, his contempt for everything that isn't himself. You must hold on to who you are. The stone will anchor you, but the stone cannot think for you. The anchor is your identity. Your love. Your choices. My choices. You are not what was done to you. You are what you decided to become. That's the foundation. The fragment cannot touch it because it belongs entirely to you. Harry nodded. He understood. Not just intellectually, he felt it, deep in the place where the stone pulsed and his own magic lived. One more thing, Nicholas said. The fragment may try to communicate. It may show you things, Voldemort's past, his thoughts, his fears. Do not look away. The temptation will be to reject everything it shows you, but the nigredo requires engagement. You must see the darkness clearly before you can dissolve it. See it clearly without being consumed by it. Exactly. The alchemist stands in the fire. He does not become the fire. I understand. I know you do. Nicholas's voice was very quiet. You've always understood. From the very beginning. They said goodnight. The mirror went dark. Harry held it for a long moment, then tucked it under his pillow and lay back. The dormitory was dark and quiet. Ron's breathing was slow and even. Outside, the wind moved across the lake, and the castle hummed its ancient, patient hum. Harry touched the stone through his shirt. It pulsed once, warm, and he felt the fragment in his scar stir in response, a cold flicker, like a fish moving under ice. He didn't flinch from it. He let himself feel it, this alien presence that had been part of him for as long as he could remember. I'm going to get you out, he thought. Not because I hate you. Not because I'm afraid of you. Because you don't belong here, and neither of us is free while you remain. The fragment stirred again. And beneath the cold, beneath the darkness, Harry thought he felt something he hadn't expected. Fear. Not his. Voldemort's. The fragment was afraid of the stone. Afraid of the boy who carried it. Afraid of the process that would tear it free and transmute it into nothing. Good, Harry thought. Be afraid. But understand, I'm going to do this gently. Because that's who I am. And that's something you could never understand. He closed his eyes. The stone pulsed warm. The scar pulsed cold. And between them, in the space where Harry Potter lived, there was light, steady and sure, and it did not waver. Outside, the wind carried the first snow of the year across the dark grounds of Hogwarts, and the castle kept its watch, and the game moved forward, one quiet piece at a time. 2 days later, Harry received a letter from Nicholas's goblin trustee. It was short, formal, and devastating in its clarity. Mr. Potter, I write to inform you that Nicolas and Perenelle Flamel have entered the final stage of their natural decline. They are comfortable and at peace. Mr. Flamel has instructed me to tell you, in his words, the Athanor is still warm. The work continues in you. The estate and all its contents have been transferred to your name, effective immediately. I stand ready to assist you in any matters of inheritance or management at your convenience. Respectfully, Ragnarok's Senior Account Manager, Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Harry read it at breakfast. He set it down next to his plate. He picked up his fork. He put the fork down. Ron, who had been talking about Quidditch, stopped mid-sentence. Harry. Nicholas is dying, Harry said. Now. It's happening now. Hermione reached across the table and took his hand. Ron moved his chair closer. Neither of them said anything, because there was nothing to say, and they both understood that the kindest thing they could give him was presence without platitude. Harry sat between his friends in the great hall, with the morning light streaming through the enchanted ceiling and the noise of 500 students eating breakfast swirling around them, and let himself grieve. Not loudly, not dramatically. Just a boy sitting still while the world moved, holding a letter, holding a stone, holding the knowledge that the man who'd raised him was choosing to leave, and that the choice was an act of love, and that love, even the kind that lasted 600 years, eventually said goodbye. The stone pulsed against his heart. The work continues in you. He picked up his fork. He ate. And when breakfast was over, he went to class, because that was what Nicholas would have wanted. Because the great work didn't stop for grief. Because the alchemist stood in the fire and did not become the fire. Because he was Harry Potter, and he had promises to keep, and the weight of gold was heavy but not heavier than he could bear. Chapter 4, Nigredo. November bled into December. The castle frosted over, icicles lengthening from the battlements like crooked fingers, the lake freezing in slow stages until one morning Harry looked out from the tower window and saw it sealed entirely, a vast grey mirror reflecting nothing. Nicholas died on the 29th of November. The letter from Ragnarok arrived during potions. Mercurius brought it, the great grey owl sweeping through the dungeon with a complete disregard for Snape's classroom protocols, landing on Harry's desk, and refusing to move until the letter was taken. The envelope was black-edged. Harry didn't need to open it. He opened it anyway. Mr. Potter, Nicholas and Perenelle Flamel passed peacefully at 3:47 this morning, Greenwich Mean Time. They were together. Mr. Flamel's final words were, "Tell Harry the gold holds. Funeral arrangements have been made per their instructions. They will be interred in the estate garden, beneath the jasmine archway, as they wished. Respectfully, Ragnarok." Harry folded the letter and put it in his pocket. His hands didn't shake. His face didn't change. He picked up his knife and resumed slicing ginger roots for the wit-sharpening potion Snape had assigned. Ron had seen the owl. He'd seen the black-edged envelope. He didn't say a word. He just shifted his stool an inch closer to Harry's, so their elbows were almost touching, and kept working. Hermione was 2 tables ahead. She glanced back once, saw Harry's face, and turned forward again. At the end of class, she fell into step on his other side, and the 3 of them walked in silence through the corridor, up the stairs, into an empty classroom on the 2nd floor where Harry finally stopped. He leaned against a desk. He pressed both hands flat on the wood. The stone was a coal against his chest, burning with a heat that had nothing to do with temperature. "He's gone," Harry said. Neither Ron nor Hermione spoke. They just stood there, close, solid, real. "He told me once that the hardest part of living for 6 centuries wasn't watching people die. It was learning to let them go without holding on so tight that the grief crushed everything else. Harry's voice was even. Controlled. The control was a wall, and behind it, the flood pressed. He said grief was like mercury, beautiful, heavy, poisonous if you let it stay too long. Harry, Hermione said gently. You don't have to, I know. But I want to. I need to say it out loud. He looked up at them. His eyes were dry but his jaw was tight. He was the best man I've ever known. He chose to die because he'd finished what he wanted to do, and the last thing he wanted to do was raise me. And I am going to honor that by being everything he believed I could be. Starting now. He straightened. Took a breath. Let it out. I need the mirror tonight. There are things he recorded for me, instructions, guidance, contingencies. He would have prepared for this. He prepared for everything. We'll be there, Ron said. Whatever you need. I need you to keep being you. Both of you. That's what he would have wanted. Hermione's lip trembled. She hugged him, fierce and sudden and tight, and Harry hugged her back, and Ron put his hand on Harry's shoulder, and for a moment the three of them stood in the empty classroom and held each other up while the world got heavier. Then they went to lunch, because the living still needed to eat, and Harry could almost hear Nicholas's voice in the back of his mind, grief is real. So is hunger. Attend to both. That night, Harry pulled the curtains around his bed, cast a silencing charm, one of the dozens Nicholas had taught him over the years, and drew out the mirror. Nicholas, he whispered. Not to summon the man. The man was gone. But Nicolas Flamel had spent 600 years preparing for every contingency, and a man like that didn't leave his apprentice without a final lesson. The mirror rippled. The dark glass cleared, and Nicholas's face appeared, but different. Stiller. A recording, not a projection. The eyes didn't track. The smile was fixed. It was Nicholas as he'd been weeks ago, preserved in enchantment like a fly in amber. Harry, the recorded Nicholas said, and his voice was warm, and steady, and irrevocably past tense. If you're seeing this, I'm gone. Perenelle, too. I hope it was peaceful. I imagine it was. I made very thorough preparations for the dying, as I did for the living. He leaned back in the chair Harry recognized from the workshop, the one with the leather seat worn smooth by centuries. I recorded this a week ago. I've been sitting here trying to decide what to say to you that I haven't already said, and the truth is, I think I've said everything that matters. You know the work. You know the principles. You know yourself, which is the most important knowledge any alchemist can possess. Nicholas paused. In the recording, he looked down at his hands, thin, spotted, ancient. But there is one thing I want to make sure you understand, because it's the kind of thing that's easy to know intellectually and very hard to feel in your bones. And it's this: you do not owe me anything. Not your grief, not your guilt, not your obligation to carry my legacy. You are free, Harry. Completely and unconditionally free. The stone is yours, the knowledge is yours, the future is yours, and none of it comes with conditions. I gave you everything I could because you deserved it. Not because I expected something in return. The only thing I ever wanted from you was for you to be happy, and happiness is something you must find for yourself. An old man cannot bequeath it. Nicholas smiled. It was the warm, crinkled smile Harry had known for as long as he could remember, and seeing it now, preserved in glass, was like touching a wound. Now. Practical matters, because sentimentality without utility is just self-indulgence. The teacher emerged through the father, sharp-eyed and focused. The Separatio anime. I know I walked you through the theory. What follows is the specific procedural framework, tailored to your case. For the next 40 minutes, the recording delivered the most precise, detailed alchemical instruction Harry had ever received. Nicholas laid out the Separatio step by step, not just the 3 stages, but the specific mental techniques, the visualization patterns, the way the stone's power should be channeled through each phase. He described the expected resistance from the Horcrux fragment, the signs that the process was working, and the warning signs that it was going wrong. The Nigrito will feel like drowning, Nicolas said matter-of-factly. The fragment will pull you into Voldemort's consciousness, his memories, his emotions, his worldview. You must let it. This is counterintuitive, and I know you will resist, but the Nigrito requires immersion. You cannot dissolve what you refuse to touch. The key is anchoring. Before you begin, you must establish an anchor, something so fundamentally you that no amount of Voldemort's darkness can erase it. It can be a memory, a feeling, a person. It must be something you would die for. Not because death is required, but because the fragment will test you with exactly that question: what would you sacrifice everything for? Your answer must be instant and absolute. The albedo will feel like burning. The stone's purifying resonance will activate, and it will hurt, Harry. Not your body, your magical core. The dissolution of the fragment's connections will feel like pulling roots out of living tissue, because that is essentially what it is. The pain is necessary and temporary. Do not fight it. Let it pass through you. The rubido will feel like, well, I don't entirely know. No one has ever done this before. But the theory suggests it will feel like creation. Like the moment in a great work when base metal becomes gold, not a destruction but a transformation. The fragment won't be annihilated. It will be transmuted into something inert, something that can no longer cling or corrupt. And then it will be gone. Nicholas leaned forward. His recorded eyes looked directly into the mirror, and for a moment, despite knowing it was a recording, Harry felt seen. You can do this. I did not bond you to the stone on a hope. I bonded you to it on a certainty. You are ready, Harry Potter. You have been ready for longer than you know. The recording flickered. Nicholas smiled one last time. The gold holds, my boy. It always holds. The mirror went dark. Harry sat in the silence of his curtained bed, the mirror cooling in his hands. The stone pulsed against his heart, warm, patient, waiting. He let himself feel it all. The grief, the love, the fear, the determination. He let the mercury pool and settle. Then he packed it away, not suppressed, not denied, but stored, and began to plan. The days that followed had a quality of compressed time, like the hours before a storm when the air thickens and the birds go quiet. Harry moved through his classes with his usual precision, answered questions, completed assignments, earned and lost points under Snape's arbitrary regime. To anyone watching, he was the same Harry Potter who'd been turning heads since September. But underneath, the machinery was turning. He practiced the visualization techniques Nicholas had described, not the full separatio, not yet, but the preparatory exercises. Meditation. Focused introspection. Mapping the boundaries between his own consciousness and the fragments. He did this in the quiet hours before dawn, sitting cross-legged on his bed with the stone in his palm, reaching inward with the careful attention of a surgeon learning the landscape before cutting. The fragment was there. He'd always known it was there, in the abstract way you know your own heartbeat, constant, background, easy to ignore. Now he couldn't ignore it. It was a dark knot in the fabric of his magical core, tangled through his neural pathways like ivy through stone. When he reached for it with the stone's senses, it flinched. When he pressed closer, it pressed back, and his scar would burn, and behind the burning, he could feel Voldemort's emotions like echoes in a well. Rage. Hunger. A loneliness so vast and so old it had calcified into contempt. And beneath all of it, always, the fear. The soul fragment knew what the stone could do. It knew what Harry was planning. And it was terrified. Harry didn't rush. Nicholas's voice echoed through his preparation: the alchemist masters himself before he masters any element. He needed to be ready, not just technically, but emotionally. The anchor Nicholas had described, the thing so fundamentally hairy that nothing could dislodge it. He needed to find it, name it, and hold it at the center of himself like a compass needle. He thought about Nicolas and Perenelle. He thought about the workshop, the smell of sulfur and roses, the sound of the Athanor. He thought about his parents, Lily, who'd died for him, James, who'd fought for him. He thought about the stone, warm and steady and alive. But when he searched for the anchor, the thing that was most essentially him, what he found surprised him. It was a Tuesday evening, 3 days before the end of term. He was sitting in the common room, supposedly reading, actually watching Ron and Hermione argue about the best strategy for wizard's chess. Ron was insisting that the Sicilian defense was the optimal opening. Hermione was arguing that statistically, the Queen's Gambit had a higher win rate across recorded games. Ron was getting red in the ears. Hermione was getting shrill. Neither of them was going to back down, and neither of them actually cared about being right, they just enjoyed the friction, the spark, the aliveness of disagreement. Neville was nearby, repotting a plant he'd smuggled from the greenhouse. He kept glancing up at the argument with an expression of mild alarm, then going back to his soil. Dean was sketching by the fire. Seamus was trying to turn water into rum and had singed his eyebrows for the 3rd time this week. Harry watched them all. His friends. His house. The messy, chaotic, beautiful tangle of people who had taken him in and made him one of their own, not because of his scar or his fame or his power, but because he was here, because he showed up, because he cared. That, he thought. That's the anchor. Not a single person. Not a memory. The living, breathing fact of belonging. The knowledge that he was part of something, that these people would look for him if he disappeared, would fight for him if he was threatened, would argue about chess strategies while he sat 3 feet away and felt the weight of an impossible task pressing on his shoulders. They didn't know the full scope of what he was carrying. They didn't need to. They were here anyway. Harry touched the stone through his shirt. I'm ready. On the last day of term, Harry told Ron and Hermione he wasn't going home for Christmas. They were in the library, their usual table, the books pushed aside for once. Snow was falling past the windows in thick, silent curtains. The estate is empty, Harry said. Nicolas and Perenelle are gone. There's nothing to go back to. And I have something I need to do here, over the holidays, when the castle is quiet. Hermione's face went still. The Separatio. Yes. You're doing it over Christmas. Alone. It has to be me, Hermione. The stone is bonded to my core. No one else can channel it. That's not what I mean, and you know it. Her voice was sharp, but her eyes were frightened. You're talking about confronting a piece of Voldemort's soul inside your own mind. What if something goes wrong? What if you need help? What if something goes wrong, there's nothing anyone can do? The process is internal. It happens in the space between my consciousness and the fragment. No one can follow me there. Then we'll be outside, Ron said. Waiting. So when you come back, you're not alone. Harry looked at him. Ron's jaw was set, his expression calm and stubborn in the way that meant the decision was already made. Ron, your family, I'll write Mum. She'll understand. Well, she won't understand, but she'll accept it. She's good like that. Hermione, I already told my parents I might stay. I hadn't decided yet. She folded her arms. I've decided. Harry opened his mouth to argue. Closed it. Opened it again. You're both impossible. We prefer loyal, Ron said. It sounds better. The castle emptied for the holidays. The Weasley twins left with elaborate farewells and a promise to send Ron homemade fudge. Neville went to his grandmother's. Malfoy departed with Crabbe and Goyle, pausing at the entrance hall to catch Harry's eye and give him a single, unreadable nod. By Christmas Eve, Gryffindor Tower was nearly deserted. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had it essentially to themselves, 3 students in a tower built for 100, with the fire burning high and the snow piling against the windows. Christmas morning brought presents. Ron's mother had sent Harry a hand-knitted sweater in emerald green and a box of homemade fudge. Hermione had given him a book, Advanced Alchemical Theory and Practice by Zosimos of Panopolis, a first edition she'd found in a second-hand shop in London. Ron had given him a set of chocolate frog cards featuring famous alchemists. "Flamel's on 3 of them," he said. "Thought you'd want them." Harry held the cards and the book and the sweater and felt the anchor hum inside him, warm and steady. He'd also received a package with no card. Inside, folded in silver paper, was a cloak that shimmered like liquid starlight. Harry touched it and felt the magic immediately, old, deep, layered with enchantments so fine they were almost invisible. "That's an invisibility cloak," Ron breathed. "Harry, those are incredibly rare." A note fluttered from the folds. "Neat, looping handwriting on cream parchment. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." No signature. Harry didn't need one. "Dumbledore," he said. "He's giving you an invisibility cloak," Hermione said slowly. "Why now?" "Because he knows what I'm planning. He can't help directly, but he can give me tools." Harry ran the cloak through his fingers. The fabric was impossibly light. "And because it was my father's, and he thinks I should have it." He wore the sweater. He ate the fudge. He read the book. He played chess with Ron and lost, badly, and enjoyed every minute of it. They had Christmas dinner in the Great Hall, just a handful of students and teachers at a single table, Dumbledore in a ridiculous flowered bonnet, Snape looking like he'd rather be anywhere else, Hagrid going red in the face after too much mulled wine. It was a good day. A warm day. The kind of day you held on to. That night, after Ron and Hermione had gone to bed, Harry sat alone in the common room. The fire was low. The tower was silent. Outside, the snow had stopped, and the sky was clear, a vast black field of stars above the white grounds. He drew the stone from under his shirt and held it in his palm. The crimson surface glowed softly, pulsing with the rhythm that had become as familiar as his own heartbeat. "All right," he said quietly. "Tomorrow." The stone pulsed once, warm and steady. An acknowledgement. A readiness. Harry went to bed. He woke on Boxing Day before dawn and knew, with the clarity of deep certainty, that the day had come. He dressed. He took the stone in his hand. He went downstairs. Ron and Hermione were already in the common room. They were sitting by the fire, fully dressed, waiting for him. Neither of them said anything about the hour. "You knew," Harry said. "You get a look," Ron said. "When you've made a decision. Your jaw does this thing. My jaw does a thing. It does a thing." Hermione noticed it first. "It's subtle," Hermione said. "But once you know to look for it, it's very clear." Harry looked at them, his friends, his anchor, his proof that the world contained things worth fighting for, and felt the rightness of this moment like a bell struck in his chest. "I'm going to the room of requirement," he said. 7th floor, opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. "The what?" Ron said. "It's a room that appears when you need it. It becomes whatever the person requires. Nicolas told me about it, the founders built it into the castle's architecture. I need a space that's magically isolated, where the process can't be disrupted and can't leak into the castle's ambient field. And you want us, outside the door. If I'm not out in 3 hours, get Dumbledore. If the door changes, if it turns black, or cold, or if you feel something wrong, get Dumbledore immediately. Don't come in. Whatever happens inside that room, you cannot follow me." Hermione stood. Her face was pale but her voice was steady. "What does something wrong feel like?" Like death. Like the absence of magic. You'll know. Ron stood too. He was taller than Harry, and in this moment, with the firelight behind him and his jaw set, he looked older than 11. 3 hours. Then Dumbledore. Got it. They left the tower. The castle was sleeping around them, the corridors empty, the portrait snoring, the only sounds their footsteps and the distant creaking of the building settling in the cold. Harry led them to the 7th floor, to the stretch of blank wall opposite the tapestry. He walked past it 3 times, thinking, I need a place to perform the Separatio anime. A place that is sealed, stable, and safe. On the 3rd pass, a door appeared in the wall. Heavy oak, iron-banded, warm to the touch. Harry felt the room beyond it, a space shaped by the castle's own magic, tailored to his need. He turned to Ron and Hermione. 3 hours. 3 hours, Ron confirmed. Hermione hugged him. Quick and fierce. Come back, she whispered. I will. Harry opened the door and stepped through. The room was circular, about 30 feet across, with a domed ceiling that glowed with soft, warm light. The floor was smooth stone, etched with concentric circles, not drawn by Harry, but provided by the room, as if the castle understood what was about to happen and had prepared accordingly. At the center of the circles, a single cushion. The door closed behind him. The silence was absolute. Harry walked to the center and sat. He placed the stone in his lap. He closed his eyes. Breathed in. Breathed out. The alchemist masters himself before he masters any element. He reached inward. His magical core was a familiar landscape, a terrain he'd explored under Nicholas's guidance since childhood. It manifested differently for every witch and wizard. For Harry, it had always appeared as light. A vast, luminous field, golden and warm, stretching in every direction. This was his magic. His self. The sum of everything he was. The stone's presence joined him, a crimson pulse at the center of the golden field, resonating with his heartbeat, amplifying his perception. Through the stone, the field became sharper, clearer, every detail magnified. And there, at the edge of the golden light, where warmth met shadow, was the fragment. Harry had felt it before. Touched its edges during his preparatory exercises. But he'd never looked at it directly, never turned the full force of the stone's perception on the thing that lived in his scar. It was black. Not the absence of light but the active negation of it, a knot of darkness that seemed to absorb the golden field around it, pulling light into itself and giving nothing back. It was embedded in the fabric of Harry's core like a tumor in healthy tissue, tendrils radiating outward, threaded through pathways that Harry recognized as his own nervous system, his own magical channels. It had been growing there for 10 years, putting down roots, becoming part of him without his knowledge or consent. And it was aware of him. The fragment pulsed. Harry felt it turn its attention toward him, a cold, alien intelligence, nothing like his own, nothing like anything human. It didn't think in words. It thought in hunger and rage and the desperate, clawing will to survive. Nigredo, Harry thought. The blackening. The confrontation. He moved toward it. The golden field dimmed as he approached the fragment. The darkness swelled, pushing back against the light, and Harry felt the first wave of Voldemort's consciousness hit him like a wall of ice water. Memories. Not his. A gray orphanage. Rain on dirty windows. A boy, dark-haired, pale, beautiful in a cold, angular way, sitting on a narrow bed, holding a dead bird in his hands and watching it with an expression of clinical fascination. Tom Riddle at 11. The same age as Harry. And already, even then, the emptiness was there, a hollow at the center of the boy where love should have been, filled instead with a hunger that nothing could satisfy. The memory shifted. Hogwarts. The Slytherin common room. Tom Riddle at 15, surrounded by followers who feared him and called it respect. His charm was surgical, He knew exactly what each person wanted to hear and delivered it with a smile that never reached his eyes. Behind the smile, the calculations never stopped. Every person was a tool. Every relationship was a transaction. And the emptiness grew deeper. Harry watched. He didn't flinch. Nicholas had told him to see the darkness clearly, and he saw it. More memories flooded in, faster now, the fragment throwing them like weapons. Tom Riddle discovering the concept of Horcruxes. The first murder, a girl in a bathroom, killed not with passion but with the cold efficiency of someone testing a hypothesis. The creation of the diary, the ring, the locket. Each one a tearing, a ripping of the soul, and each one hurt. Harry felt it through the fragment, the agony of self-mutilation that Voldemort had endured and called it strength. This is who he was, Harry thought, and the thought was not angry but sad. A boy who was never loved, who decided that love was weakness, and who spent his entire life proving himself right. The fragment recoiled. The sadness was worse than anger, worse than fear, it was the one thing the fragment couldn't metabolize. Voldemort's consciousness was built on rage and power and the absolute rejection of vulnerability. Pity was acid to it. The darkness surged. Harry's scar exploded with pain, and the golden field shattered. He was standing in a graveyard. Not a memory, a construction, a space the fragment had built to contain him. The grave stretched in every direction, marble and moss, and the sky was black, moonless, starless. At the center of the graveyard, a figure waited. Voldemort. Not the ruined creature clinging to Quirrell's skull, but the image of the man at his peak, tall, pale, red-eyed, his robes black, his wand in his hand. He looked real. He looked powerful. He looked at Harry with eyes that burned like furnace vents and smiled. "So," Voldemort said. "The boy has come to visit." Harry stood in the graveyard and looked at the ghost of the man who'd killed his parents. The pain in his scar was enormous, a white-hot brand pressing into his skull, but the stone pulsed against his chest, steady, anchoring, and Harry breathed through it. "This isn't real," Harry said. "You're a fragment. A splinter of a broken soul. You don't have the power to hurt me here, only the power I give you." Brave words from a child. Voldemort circled him slowly. "Do you think your precious stone makes you invincible? Do you think that old fool's training prepared you for this? I think you're stalling because you're afraid." The red eyes flared. The graveyard trembled. "I am Lord Voldemort. I do not feel fear." "No. You just put pieces of your soul in inanimate objects because you were so terrified of death that you'd rather be shattered than face it." Harry's voice was calm, clear. Nicolas Flamel lived for 665 years, and when it was time to die, he did it with grace. You can't even look at the concept without flinching. Voldemort raised his wand. A bolt of green light, the killing curse, or the memory of it, streaked toward Harry. Harry didn't dodge. He stood still, and the stone sang, and the green light hit a wall of crimson radiance and dissolved like smoke. "You can't kill me here," Harry said. "This is my mind. My core. You're the intruder. And I am asking you to leave." "Asking?" Voldemort laughed. The sound was terrible, high, cold, empty. "You think I will simply leave because a child asks politely? No. I think you'll leave because I'm going to make you. But I wanted to give you the choice first. Nicholas taught me that. Nicholas is dead. Nicholas is free. There's a difference you wouldn't understand." The graveyard dissolved. The construct couldn't hold under the stone's resonance. The crimson pulse was eating through the darkness, dissolving the fragment's illusions, exposing the raw, unadorned reality of what it was, a shattered piece of a shattered soul, clinging to Harry's core like a drowning man clinging to driftwood. Harry saw it now without the masks. Without the graveyard, without Voldemort's constructed image. Just the fragment, small, dark, writhing. A thing in pain. A thing that had been in pain for 10 years, embedded in living tissue, cut off from the soul it had been torn from, alone in a way that nothing should ever be alone. Nigrito complete, Harry thought. I see you. All of you. He reached for the second stage. Albedo. The whitening. The purification. The stone blazed. Harry channeled its power inward, directing the crimson light at the fragment's connections, the tendrils that threaded through his core, the roots that had grown deep over a decade of occupation. The light touched the first tendril, and the pain hit. Nicolas had said it would feel like burning, and it did. Not physical pain, deeper, more fundamental. It was the pain of something being torn out of him at a level below conscious perception, like pulling a tooth that he'd never known was growing wrong. Each tendril the stone dissolved sent a shock wave through his magical core, and Harry gasped, his body curling around the stone in the physical room while his consciousness endured the fire in the internal one. The fragment screamed. Not with a voice, with a vibration, a resonance of pure anguish that shook Harry's entire being. It was fighting. Clinging. Wrapping its tendrils tighter as the stone dissolved them, trying desperately to hold on to the only life it had. Let go, Harry thought. Please. Let go. I know it hurts. I know you're afraid. But this isn't where you belong. The fragment lashed out. Pain spiked through Harry's scar, not the burning of the stone's work but the cold, sharp bite of Voldemort's rage. Images crashed through him like waves, the night in Godric's Hollow, the green flash, his mother's scream. The fragment was using his own worst memory against him, trying to break his focus, shatter his anchor. Harry felt the grief rise, the bottomless well of loss, the child who'd never known his parents, the orphan who'd been loved by a man who was now gone too, and he let it come. He didn't fight it. He didn't suppress it. He held it. Ron's face. Hermione's voice. Nicholas's smile. Perenelle's laugh. The feel of the stone in his palm, warm and steady. The smell of sulfur and roses. The Gryffindor common room at night, fire crackling, friends bickering, the simple, irreplaceable warmth of belonging. That is who I am, Harry thought. Not the boy who lost. The boy who was found. The anchor held. The grief settled. And the stone's crimson light surged forward, dissolving the last of the tendrils, the last of the roots, the last of the connections that bound the fragment to Harry's core. The fragment floated free. Disconnected. A dark knot suspended in the golden field, no longer embedded, no longer part of him. It pulsed weakly, the death throes of something that had never truly been alive. Rubido, Harry thought. The reddening. The final transformation. Nicolas had said this would feel like creation. He hadn't known for certain, because no one had ever done it before. Harry reached for the stone one last time, and the stone responded with everything it had. The crimson light intensified. It surrounded the fragment, enclosed it, and began to change it. Not destruction, transformation. The fundamental principle of alchemy, nothing is created, nothing is destroyed, everything is transmuted. The dark knot of Voldemort's soul wasn't annihilated. It was converted. The rage became silence. The hunger became stillness. The fear became peace. The fragment's last pulse was not a scream but a sigh. Then it was gone. Not destroyed. Changed. Transmuted into something inert, something that would never again cling or corrupt or whisper from the shadows. The dark knot dissolved into the golden field like a drop of ink in a vast, luminous ocean, and the golden field absorbed it, and the light was brighter for having taken the darkness in and changed it. Harry opened his eyes. The room of requirement was dim. The soft glow from the ceiling had faded to embers. Harry sat on the cushion at the center of the concentric circles, the stone in his lap, his body drenched in sweat, his hands shaking. His scar was just a scar. He could feel it, or rather, he could feel the absence. For 10 years, the fragment had been a background hum, a persistent cold note beneath the warmth of his own magic. He'd grown so used to it that he'd stopped noticing. Now it was gone, and the silence it left behind was vast and clean and free. He touched his forehead. The scar was there, it would always be there, a mark of what had happened, but the presence behind it was gone. The cold, the whispers, the dark resonance that had flared in Quirrell's presence. All gone. Harry stood. His legs were unsteady. The stone pulsed against his palm, warm and satisfied, like a craftsman admiring finished work. "Thank you," he said to it. And to Nicholas, wherever he was. And to his mother, whose love had held the fragment at bay long enough for Nicholas to find him, take him, raise him, prepare him. He walked to the door and opened it. Ron and Hermione were sitting against the opposite wall, shoulder to shoulder. Ron was pale. Hermione had her wand out, clutched in white-knuckled fingers. They both scrambled to their feet when the door opened. Harry stood in the doorway. He was pale, shaking, drenched in sweat, and grinning. "It's gone," he said. "It's out." Hermione made a sound that was half laugh, half sob. Ron crossed the distance in 2 strides and grabbed Harry's shoulder, not to shake it or to congratulate but to confirm, to touch something solid and real and alive. "You absolute madman," Ron said, and his voice cracked. 2 hours and 47 minutes. We were about to get Dumbledore. Cutting it close, Harry agreed. "How do you feel?" Hermione asked. She was crying freely, not bothering to hide it. Harry thought about it. How did he feel? Free. He felt free. Lighter than he'd ever felt. As if he'd been carrying a stone, not the stone, but a different one, a dead weight, his entire life without knowing it, and someone had finally lifted it off his chest. "I feel like myself," he said. For the first time. They walked back to Gryffindor Tower through the silent castle. The dawn was breaking, grey light seeping through the windows, the first birds calling from the forest. Harry walked between his friends, the stone warm against his chest, the scar quiet on his forehead, and felt the castle around him, alive and ancient and welcoming. At the portrait hole, Ron said the password and the fat lady swung open with a yawn. They climbed through. The common room was cold, the fire had burned out while they were gone, and Hermione relit it with a flick of her wand while Ron collapsed onto the sofa. "I need tea," Ron announced. "And food. And possibly a lie down. It's 6 in the morning." "Exactly. Perfect time for all 3. Hermione went to the kitchens, she'd learned the tickling the pear trick from Fred and George, and came back with a tray of tea, toast, bacon, and eggs. They ate in the common room, just the 3 of them, while the snow fell outside and the fire crackled and the castle woke up around them. Harry ate 3 helpings of bacon and drank 2 cups of tea and felt every mouthful like a revelation. Without the fragment's constant drain, his senses were heightened, colors brighter, sounds clearer, even the taste of food more vivid. It was like emerging from a fog he hadn't known he was walking in. "So what now?" Hermione asked. "Now we deal with Quirrell." Ron chewed thoughtfully. "The fragment's out. Does that change things?" "With Quirrell, I mean, with the Voldemort attached to him. It changes what he wants. Before, he was after the stone to restore his body. He could also sense something in me, the fragment, calling to him. Now the fragment is gone. He'll feel that absence. It might make him more desperate." "Desperate how?" "Desperate enough to make his move. He's been patient, circling the 3rd-floor corridor, probing the protections, waiting for the right moment. If he feels the fragment die, he'll know something has changed. He'll know I did something he can't explain. And Voldemort doesn't handle uncertainty well. So we need to be ready," Hermione said. "We need to be ready." Ron leaned forward. His chess player's mind was already working. The protections in the corridor. We know about Fluffy. What else? I've mapped 6 additional layers through the stone's senses. Distinct magical signatures, each one different. One feels like herbology, organic, growing. One is charms-based. One is transfiguration. One is potions. One is a logic puzzle. And the last, the innermost chamber, is Dumbledore's. Each teacher set a protection, Hermione murmured. That's why there are different signatures. Dumbledore asked each of them to contribute. Which means each protection can be overcome by someone with the right expertise. They're designed to slow a thief, not stop one permanently. The real trap is the chamber itself, Dumbledore's final protection. That's where the replica stone is. And Dumbledore's protection is something I can't read from a distance. It's shielded. Deliberately opaque. Dumbledore doesn't want anyone knowing what it is until they're standing in front of it. Ron was quiet for a moment, staring into the fire. Then he said, "It's not about the protections, though, is it? The protections are a delay. Dumbledore's real plan is to catch Quirrell in the act, to let him get close enough to commit, and then spring the trap. That was the plan when Dumbledore thought the real stone was in France. Now, Harry touched the cord around his neck. Now, Voldemort knows there's something more valuable in the castle than the replica. If he goes for the corridor, it might be as a diversion. The real target could be me." The fire crackled. Hermione's face was taut. "Then we don't let him choose the ground," she said. "We force him to commit to the corridor. Make him think the real stone is down there, not with you." "And how do we do that?" "We use the same weapon he used on Halloween. Misdirection." They spent the rest of the morning planning. Ron mapped out scenarios on a conjured chessboard, using the pieces to represent people and locations. Hermione researched every protection they could identify, working out possible solutions and vulnerabilities. Harry reached through the stone's senses periodically, tracking Quirrell's movements through the castle. Quirrell was agitated. Harry could feel it, the man's magical signature flickering erratically, the dark presence behind it churning. The fragment's dissolution had been felt. Voldemort knew something had changed, and he didn't know what, and the uncertainty was eating at him. Good, Harry thought. Uncertainty makes people act. And when you act, I'll be there. He wrote one letter that afternoon. Not to Ragnarok, not to Dumbledore. To the mirror. He sat in the dormitory, held the dark glass in his palm, and spoke. Nicholas. I did it. The Separatio. It worked. The fragment is gone. The mirror didn't respond. It was a recording device now, not a communication tool. Nicholas was gone. But Harry spoke to it anyway, because some things needed to be said aloud to become fully real. You were right about everything. The Nigredo, the Albedo, the Rubedo. You were right that the anchor would be people. You were right that I needed to see the darkness clearly before I could dissolve it. You were right that it would feel like creation at the end. He paused. I saw him, Nicholas. Voldemort. Not the monster, the boy. The empty, frightened boy who decided that if the world wouldn't love him, he'd make it fear him instead. And I felt sorry for him. Not enough to let him win. But enough to understand. He set the mirror down and held the stone in both hands. The crimson light was steady, warm, patient. The gold holds. Thank you, Harry whispered. For everything. For the stone, for the knowledge, for the years. For making me who I am. The stone pulsed once, deep and resonant, like a heartbeat echoing across 600 years. And Harry could have sworn, though he would never be certain, though it might have been the castle's magic or his own wishful thinking, that the pulse said you're welcome. He wiped his eyes. He put the mirror away. He went downstairs to find his friends. The game was moving toward its conclusion. The pieces were in play. And Harry Potter, free, finally, for the first time in his life truly and completely free, was ready for whatever came next. He was not afraid. He had never been afraid. And the gold held. Chapter 5, Chrysopia. The castle exhaled into January. Students returned from the holidays in waves, the Hogwarts Express disgorging its cargo of rested, overfed, reluctantly academic youth into the corridors, filling the silence Harry had grown accustomed to with noise and motion and life. Gryffindor Tower swelled back to capacity. The fire burned higher. The portraits resumed their gossiping. Harry stood at the common room window on the evening the students returned and watched the carriages arrive from Hogsmeade Station, dark shapes moving through the snow like beetles across a white tablecloth. The stone rested against his chest, warm and steady, and his scar, his quiet, ordinary scar, was nothing more than a thin line of old tissue that didn't twitch, didn't burn, didn't whisper. He'd spent the week since the Separatio learning what it meant to be entirely himself. The difference was subtle but pervasive. His magic was cleaner, spells that had required effort now came with a fluidity that startled him. The stone's resonance, no longer competing with the fragment's interference, sang through his core like a single pure note. He'd spent an afternoon in the room of requirement testing his limits, and what he'd found had left him sitting on the stone floor, breathing hard, staring at the scorch marks on the walls. He was stronger. Not incrementally. Significantly. The fragment had been a parasite, siphoning energy he hadn't known he was losing. Without it, his magical core had expanded the way a compressed spring expands when the weight is removed. Spells that should have been beyond a first year, beyond most adults, responded to his wand with an ease that bordered on alarming. He wasn't alarmed. He was ready. Ron arrived back that evening, flushed from the cold, carrying a tin of his mother's fudge and a hand-knitted scarf in Gryffindor colors that Mrs. Weasley had sent for Harry. "She says you're too thin," Ron reported. "And she wants to meet you over the summer. Fair warning, she will try to feed you until you can't move." "I'd like that." "You say that now. You haven't seen her operate. She once made Percy eat 4 helpings of shepherd's pie because he looked peaky. Percy didn't eat voluntarily for 2 days. Hermione returned the next morning, her trunk bulging with books she'd acquired over the break. She took one look at Harry, narrowed her eyes, and said, "Something's different." My magic settled. The core rebalanced after the fragment came out. "No, it's not that. You look lighter. Physically lighter. Like someone took something heavy off your shoulders." She studied him with the clinical attention she usually reserved for textbooks. "Your eyes are clearer." "My eyes? They used to have this shadow. Just behind the green. Like something was looking out from behind you. It's gone." Harry hadn't noticed. He filed it away. The first week of January was consumed by classes resuming, homework accumulating, and the grinding machinery of academic life. But underneath the routine, the tension was building. Harry could feel it through the stone, Quirrell's magical signature growing more erratic by the day, the dark presence behind it pressing harder against its host. Quirrell was deteriorating. In defense against the dark arts, his stammer had worsened to the point where he could barely finish a sentence. His skin had taken on a grayish pallor. His turban, always slightly askew, now seemed to shift on its own when he wasn't paying attention, as if something underneath was restless. In the second week of January, Harry noticed Snape cornering Quirrell in a corridor. He didn't mean to eavesdrop. He was heading to the library after charms, taking the shortcut behind the tapestry on the 3rd floor, and when he emerged he found himself in the corridor adjacent to Quirrell's classroom. Snape had Quirrell backed against the wall, one arm braced beside Quirrell's head, his voice a low, venomous hiss. "Know what you're doing, Quirrell. You think I haven't noticed? The troll on Halloween. The late-night visits to the 3rd floor. Your pathetic little act, I don't know what you," dropped the stammer. "I know you can speak perfectly well when you choose to. I've been watching you since September, and I know exactly what you're after." Harry pressed himself against the wall and listened. The stone's senses extended outward, catching the emotional resonance of the conversation, Snape's cold fury, Quirrell's fear, and beneath Quirrell's fear, the dark presence stirring. "You will not get past my protection," Snape said. "And if you go anywhere near what Dumbledore is guarding, I will make sure you regret it. Severus, I assure you, save it." Snape released him and stepped back. "I have my eye on you." He swept away, robes billowing. Quirrell stood against the wall for a long moment, trembling. Then the trembling stopped. His spine straightened. His eyes flickered red. "The potion's master is becoming a problem," said the voice that wasn't Quirrell's. Flat, cold, conversational. Talking to itself. "He'll need to be managed." Harry drew back into the shadows. His mind was already working. Snape knew. Or at least suspected. He was watching Quirrell, and he was actively trying to prevent whatever Quirrell was planning. This aligned with what Nicolas had told him, Snape as a double agent, a man who'd changed sides and stayed changed despite every reason to revert. It also meant that Voldemort was aware of Snape's interference, and was considering ways to deal with it. The game was tightening. The pieces were closing in. Harry found Dumbledore that evening. Not through a summons or a letter, he simply went to the gargoyle, gave the password. Nicolas had taught him a charm for divining passwords, which technically constituted a security breach but which Nicolas had considered a perfectly reasonable precaution, and took the revolving staircase to the office. Dumbledore was at his desk, writing. Fawkes was on his perch, preening. The office smelled of lemon and old parchment. "Harry." Dumbledore set down his quill without surprise. "I've been expecting you." "You usually are." A consequence of being very old and paying attention. The blue eyes studied Harry over the half-moon spectacles. "Something has changed in you. I felt it several days ago, a shift in the castle's magical field, centered on Gryffindor Tower. The resonance that used to accompany your scar is gone. The Horcrux is gone. I removed it." The office went very still. Fawkes stopped preening and turned his bright eyes on Harry. Dumbledore sat back in his chair. For once, the carefully maintained facade of omniscient calm showed a crack. Not alarm, something deeper. Awe, perhaps. Or the particular shock of watching someone accomplish what you'd spent years believing was impossible. "You performed the Separatio anime. Nicolas prepared me. The stone did the heavy lifting. Harry, that procedure has never been successfully performed in recorded magical history. It has now." Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. Then he removed his spectacles, polished them, replaced them, and said, "Nicolas Flamel was the finest wizard I have ever known. Including myself. And I do not say that lightly. He wasn't a wizard. He was an alchemist." The faintest smile. Of course. The distinction mattered to him. It matters. Wizards use magic. Alchemists understand it. Touché. Dumbledore folded his hands. "You didn't come here to tell me about the Horcrux. You came because something is moving. Quirrell is running out of time. I overheard Snape confronting him today. Snape knows, or suspects, what Quirrell is after. And Voldemort is aware of Snape's interference. The situation is destabilizing." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "I have been monitoring Quirinus since September. I have allowed him a certain latitude, enough rope to reveal his true intentions and, more importantly, the nature and extent of Voldemort's current capabilities. But you're right. The timeline is accelerating. What's your plan?" "My plan was to wait for Quirrell to make his attempt, intercept him in the final chamber, and deal with Voldemort directly. The replica stone is bait. The protections are a filter, designed to confirm Quirrell's guilt and exhaust his resources before he reaches the final confrontation." "And the final chamber?" Your protection. Dumbledore hesitated. Then he said, the Mirror of Erist. An enchanted mirror that shows the viewer their deepest, most desperate desire. I've modified it so that only someone who wants to find the stone but not use it can retrieve it from the mirror. Anyone who wants to use it for their own gain will see themselves with it but never be able to take it. Harry turned this over. That's elegant. And completely useless against Voldemort. I beg your pardon. Voldemort won't be looking in the mirror himself. He'll be using Quirrell. And Quirrell, what's left of him, doesn't want to use the stone. He wants to survive. He wants Voldemort out of his head. If some shred of Quirrell is still in control when he stands before that mirror, he'll see himself free. And to be free, he needs to give Voldemort the stone, because Voldemort has promised to leave him once he has a body of his own. Dumbledore's expression shifted. Harry watched the old man process this, watched him see the flaw in his own plan, the crack in his elegant trap. Quirrell's desperate desire wasn't the stone. It was freedom. And the mirror might give him the stone to achieve it. You've thought about this, Dumbledore said quietly. I've had time. And what do you propose? Let it play out. Let Quirrell make his move. But when he reaches the final chamber, I'll be there. Not you. Absolutely not. Dumbledore, you are 11 years old. I'm carrying the Philosopher's Stone. The real one. Bonded to my core, amplified by 3 months of training, and unencumbered by the Horcrux that was draining my power since infancy. I just performed the Separatio anime, a procedure that has never been done before. And Voldemort is afraid of me. Harry held Dumbledore's gaze. He's been afraid of me since the night his curse rebounded. He just didn't know why until now. Harry, there is a difference between power and experience. Voldemort has decades of, Voldemort is a parasite riding a dying man. He has no body, no one of his own, and a host that's barely functional. His power is a fraction of what it was. And the stone gives me an advantage he can't counter, it's antithetical to everything he is. He split his soul. The stone's purpose is to perfect, to purify, to make whole. He can't touch it without being undone by it. Fawkes trilled. The sound was clear and resonant, and it filled the office like sunlight fills a room. The phoenix spread his wings, launched from the perch, and landed on Harry's shoulder. The weight was warm and surprisingly light. Fawkes pressed his head against Harry's cheek, and the stone flared in response, a deep, harmonic pulse that made the instruments on Dumbledore's desk chime in sympathy. Dumbledore watched this with an expression Harry couldn't entirely read. Wonder, perhaps. Or resignation. Or the particular pain of a man who has spent his life trying to control outcomes and is watching control slip through his fingers like water. Fawkes has never done that with anyone but me, Dumbledore said. The stone's core contains phoenix feather ash. She recognizes it. Fawkes is male. Mostly. Dumbledore exhaled slowly. Harry, if I allow this, if I permit you to confront Voldemort, you're not permitting me. I'm informing you. Nicolas didn't raise me to ask permission, Dumbledore. He raised me to act when action is required and to accept the consequences. A long silence. The fire crackled. Fawkes hummed on Harry's shoulder. Then I will be nearby, Dumbledore said finally. Close enough to intervene if things go wrong. That is not negotiable. Agreed. And your friends? Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger? They know. They'll be part of it. You're bringing 2 first-year students into a confrontation with Voldemort. I'm bringing my team. Ron sees strategy 1 miss. Hermione knows more about magical theory than half your staff. They're not dead weight, Dumbledore. They're force multipliers. Another silence. Then Dumbledore shook his head slowly, and the smile that crossed his face was rueful and wondering and maybe just a little afraid. Nicolas told me once that the most dangerous thing about alchemy was that it worked. That any discipline which could actually transmute reality had to be wielded by someone who understood responsibility on a fundamental level, or it would destroy everything it touched. He looked at Harry. He chose well. He did. Then we wait. And when Quirrell moves, we end this. They didn't have to wait long. 3 days later, on a Thursday evening, Dumbledore received an urgent owl from the Ministry of Magic. Some crisis requiring his immediate attention, the details were vague, the summons insistent. Dumbledore showed Harry the letter before dinner, his face grim. "This is fabricated," he said. "The timing is too convenient. Someone wants me out of the castle. Voldemort. He's been waiting for exactly this. An excuse to get you away from the corridor. I'll go. I'll make a show of leaving. But I won't go far, I'll apparate to Hogsmeade and return through the passage beneath Honeydukes. I can be back in the castle within 10 minutes of your signal." "What signal?" "Fawkes. If you need me, call for him. He'll come to you, and he'll bring me." Harry nodded. "Tonight, then." "Tonight." Dumbledore left at 7 o'clock, making his departure conspicuously public, sweeping through the entrance hall in his traveling cloak, informing McGonagall that he'd been summoned to London, creating exactly the window of opportunity that Voldemort needed. Harry watched him go from the first-floor corridor. Then he turned, walked to the nearest bathroom, and looked in the mirror. Green eyes. Dark hair. Lightning bolt scar, quiet, cold, just a scar. The face of an 11-year-old boy who carried the most powerful magical artifact in existence and was about to walk into a fight with the darkest wizard of the century. He didn't look afraid. He didn't feel afraid. He felt ready. He found Ron and Hermione in the common room. One look at his face and they were on their feet. "Tonight?" Ron asked. "Dumbledore's left the castle. It's the opening Voldemort's been waiting for. Quirrell will move within the hour." "How do you know?" "Because it's what I'd do." Harry pulled the invisibility cloak from inside his robes. "We go now. We get to the third-floor corridor before Quirrell does. We go through the protections ahead of him and wait in the final chamber." "Ahead of him?" Hermione's voice was steady, but her fingers were white where they gripped her wand. "Through all the protections. The protections are designed to challenge, not to kill. They're tests. Between the three of us, we can handle them. And when Quirrell arrives, I handle him. You two stay back, cover the exits, and if anything goes wrong, call Fawkes." Ron finished. "The Phoenix. You mentioned it. Just say his name. He'll hear you." They looked at each other. 3 11-year-olds standing in the Gryffindor common room, about to walk into danger that would make most adults hesitate. Ron's jaw was set. Hermione's eyes were blazing. Neither of them wavered. "Let's go," Ron said. They went under the cloak, all three of them, which required some creative crouching, and moved through the castle. The corridors were quiet. Most students were in their common rooms for the evening. They passed Peeves near the second floor and held their breath as the poltergeist cackled past, throwing chalk at a suit of armor. They skirted Mrs. Norris on the stairs and felt Filch's lantern light slide over the cloak without catching. The third-floor corridor was dark and silent. The door at the end was locked. "Alohomora," Hermione whispered, and the lock clicked. They opened the door and met Fluffy. The three-headed dog was enormous, filling the room from floor to ceiling, 6 eyes blinking in the sudden light, 3 mouths opening to reveal 3 sets of teeth each the size of Harry's forearm. It stood over a trapdoor in the floor, and the moment the door opened, all 3 heads swiveled toward them and growled. The sound was like a truck engine idling in a cave. "Right," Ron said faintly. That's a big dog." Harry stepped forward and drew his wand. "Not to fight, to play." He touched the stone through his shirt and channeled a thread of its power through his wand, weaving it into a sound, a melody. Low, warm, resonant. Not any specific song, but a harmonic pattern drawn from the stone's own frequency, the deep hum of creation that the stone produced when it was at rest. Fluffy's 6 eyes drooped. The growling faded. One by one, the 3 heads sank to the floor, and the massive body settled around the trapdoor with a ground-shaking thump. Within 30 seconds, the dog was asleep. "How did you know that would work?" Hermione whispered. "Hagrid mentioned once that Fluffy falls asleep to music. The stone's resonance is the most fundamental harmonic in existence. Nothing alive can resist it if it's pitched correctly." "You are terrifying," Ron said. "I mean that as a compliment." They pulled open the trapdoor. Below was darkness. Harry dropped through first, landing on something soft and springy that immediately began to move. Devil's snare. The tendrils wrapped around his legs, his torso, his arms, thick, vine-like coils that tightened with every movement. Above him, Ron and Hermione dropped through, and the plant caught them too. "Stop moving," Hermione said. "Devil's snare, it tightens if you struggle. It needs light. It retreats from light and warmth." Harry was already casting Lumos Solum. The stone amplified the spell, and what emerged from his wand wasn't a beam of light but a miniature sun, a sphere of brilliant white radiance that flooded the chamber and sent the devil's snare recoiling in every direction, its tendrils whipping back into the shadows. They dropped to the damp stone floor, free. "Sprout's protection," Harry said. "Herbology. That's one." The next chamber was vast and high-ceilinged, filled with what Harry initially mistook for birds. They weren't birds, they were keys. Hundreds of winged keys fluttering near the ceiling, and at the far end, a locked door. 3 broomsticks hovered in the center of the room. "Flitwick," Hermione said. "We need to find the right key." Ron was already scanning the lock. "Big, old-fashioned lock. We need a large, old-fashioned key. Probably silver, to match the handle." His eyes tracked upward, scanning the swarm. There. Bright blue wings. Big, silver, old-fashioned, and it's got a bent wing, like someone's already grabbed it once. Harry mounted a broom. The flying was instinctive, he'd flown at Nicholas's estate since he was old enough to hold a broom, and he cut through the swarm with clean, sharp turns, scattering keys in all directions. The blue-winged key dodged and darted, but Harry was faster. He snatched it out of the air, dove to the door, and threw it to Hermione, who caught it one-handed and jammed it into the lock. The door opened. The next room was a chessboard. Massive. Life-sized stone pieces, white and black, arranged in starting positions on a floor of marble squares. On the far side, a door. Ron went still. His eyes moved across the board with the focused intensity Harry had seen during their chess games, not just seeing the pieces, but seeing the possibilities, the branching futures, the invisible architecture of the game. "McGonagall's," Ron said softly. "We have to play our way across. I'll direct." He was already walking to the board, assessing. "Harry, you're the bishop. Hermione, you're the castle. I'm the knight." "Ron," Hermione started. "I know what I'm doing. Trust me." They took their places. The white pieces moved first. Ron played the game of his life. Harry watched from his square as Ron directed their pieces with quiet, fierce precision, sacrificing pawns, setting traps, thinking 4 and 5 and 6 moves ahead. The white pieces were ruthless, programmed to play to win, but Ron was better. He was seeing the whole board, the whole pattern, and he was dismantling their strategy piece by piece. It took 12 minutes. 12 minutes of stone grinding against marble, of pieces being dragged off the board, of Ron's voice calling moves with increasing confidence. When it was over, the White King threw down its crown, and the door opened. Ron's face was slick with sweat. He was grinning. That, he said, was the best chess game I've ever played. That was the most impressive thing I've seen anyone do at this school, Harry said. And I've seen me fight a troll. Don't let it go to his head, Hermione said, but she was smiling, and the smile was fierce with pride. The next chamber smelled of decay. A mountain troll, already unconscious on the floor, a lump on its head suggesting someone had been here before them. Quirrell's protection, Harry said. He already dealt with it. He's ahead of us. Or behind us and coming fast, Ron said. Either way, move. The next room was Snape's. They entered and the door sealed behind them, flames springing up in both doorways, purple fire blocking the way forward, black fire blocking the retreat. On a table in the center of the room, 7 bottles of various sizes, and a scroll of parchment. Hermione snatched the parchment and read it. Her eyes moved across the text once, twice. It's a logic puzzle. Not magic, pure reasoning. 3 are poison, 2 are wine, 1 takes you forward, 1 takes you back. She worked through it in under a minute. Harry watched her mind operate, the systematic elimination, the careful deduction, the absolute confidence in her own reasoning. This one. She pointed to the smallest bottle. Forward. And this one takes you back. Harry picked up the smallest bottle. There was barely a swallow. Enough for one, he said. The silence was heavy. Ron and Hermione looked at each other, then at Harry. This is where we split, Harry said. You two go back. Take the return potion and get to the entrance. If I'm not out in 20 minutes, call Fawkes. Harry, the final chamber is Dumbledore's. The Mirror of Erist. I know what it does, and I know what Voldemort wants. I can handle this. He looked at them, his friends, his anchor, the people who had followed him into the dark without hesitation. You got me here. Both of you. I couldn't have done this without you. Now let me finish it. Ron's jaw worked. He wanted to argue. Harry could see it, the stubbornness, the loyalty, the absolute refusal to let a friend walk into danger alone. But Ron was also a strategist, and he understood that sometimes the best move was the one that hurt. 20 minutes, Ron said. Not a second more. 20 minutes. Hermione hugged him. Quick, tight, fierce. Come back. I will. He drank the potion. It was ice in his throat, frost in his veins. He stepped through the purple flames and felt them lick around him, cold as water, and then he was through. The final chamber was circular, lit by torches, dominated by a single object, an enormous mirror with an ornate gold frame, standing in the center of the room. Inscribed across the top, in letters that shimmered and shifted, Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi. I show not your face but your heart's desire. And standing before the mirror, one hand raised to its surface, his turban unwound and hanging loose around his shoulders, was Professor Quirrell. Without the turban, the back of Quirrell's head was visible. And on the back of Quirrell's head was a face. Harry had known it would be there. He'd felt it for months, the dark presence, the red eyes, the hungry intelligence peering out from behind Quirrell's performance. But knowing and seeing were different things. The face was white, barely human, with slitted nostrils and eyes the color of old blood. It was pressed against Quirrell's skull like a mask molded to bone, and it was alive, and it was looking at the mirror with an expression of frustrated rage. Quirrell turned. His own face was gaunt, hollowed, the flesh around his eyes bruised and thin. He looked like a man who hadn't slept in months. Which, Harry supposed, he hadn't. Potter. Quirrell's voice was flat. No stammer. The performance was over. I wondered when you'd arrive. You knew I was coming. My master felt the protections being breached. He felt you, specifically. Quirrell's lip curled. He always feels you. Even now, with the fragment gone. You still burn. Harry stepped into the chamber. The stone pulsed warm against his chest. The mirror gleamed. "The mirror won't give you the stone," Harry said. "I know. I've been standing here for 10 minutes. I can see it, I can see myself holding it, but every time I reach, it vanishes." Quirrell's hands were trembling. Not with the false nerves of his classroom persona, but with real, bone-deep exhaustion. "My master is displeased." "Let me speak to the boy," said the voice from the back of Quirrell's head. Quirrell turned around, slowly, presenting the face on the back of his skull. Voldemort's red eyes fixed on Harry, and the temperature in the room dropped. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. The voice was papery, thin, a whisper that carried the weight of murder. "We meet properly at last. We've met before. You just don't remember it." "Oh, I remember. October 31st, 1981. Your mother screaming. Your father's body in the hall. And you, sitting in your crib, looking at me with those green eyes. I remember everything." The red eyes narrowed. "I also remember the curse that should have killed you. And I have spent 10 years wondering why it didn't. You already know why. My mother's love. The oldest protection in magic. Love." Voldemort said the word the way someone might say fungus. "A convenient fairy tale. Dumbledore's favorite bedtime story. But we both know it's more complicated than that, don't we? Because your mother's love didn't just protect you that night. It anchored something. It held something in place." The red eyes burned. "My Horcrux. The piece of soul I didn't intend to create. It was trapped in you by her protection, sealed behind that scar. And now," the eyes widened slightly. "Now it's gone. I felt it die." "How?" "I removed it." "Impossible." Harry drew the stone from under his shirt. The crimson light filled the chamber, warm and deep, and the mirror's surface rippled in response. The stone's resonance expanded outward, and everywhere it touched, the darkness retreated. Quirrell flinched. Voldemort's face contorted. "The Philosopher's Stone," Voldemort whispered. "The real one. Not Dumbledore's trinket. The original. Bonded to my magical core. Nicolas Flamel's final work. Give it to me." "No. Give it to me, and I will spare your friends. Your little Weasley. Your mud-blood. Give it to me, and I will leave this school. Give it to me, and you can go back to your comfortable little life and pretend none of this ever happened. You can't use it. The stone is bonded to me. It responds to my intent, my focus, my will. In your hands, it would be a pebble. Then I will take your hands." Voldemort's voice dropped to something intimate and terrible. "I will take your body, your magic, your core. Do you think I've survived this long by being gentle? I consumed Quirrell from the inside out. I can do the same to you. You can try." Voldemort stared at him. The red eyes searched Harry's face for fear, for weakness, for the crack in the armor that every opponent had. He didn't find it. "Kill him," Voldemort said. Quirrell spun. His wand came up. A jet of red light streaked toward Harry. Harry didn't dodge. He raised his left hand, not his wand hand, and the stone blazed. The red light hit a wall of crimson radiance and shattered into sparks. The force of the impact drove Quirrell back a step. "My turn," Harry said. He drew his wand with his right hand and cast, not a spell Hogwarts taught, not a spell any school taught. An alchemical working, channeled through the stone, that Nicolas had developed specifically for situations where magical force alone was insufficient. The principle was simple: transmutation applied to hostile magic. Instead of blocking or deflecting, you changed the nature of the incoming attack. The air around Harry shimmered crimson. Every spell Quirrell cast, stunners, jinxes, a blasting curse that would have taken Harry's head off, hit the field and changed. Red light became warmth. The blasting curse became a gust of wind. A bolt of sickly green that Harry recognized with a cold shock as the killing curse became a shower of golden sparks that pattered harmlessly to the floor. Quirrell faltered. He'd thrown everything he had, and none of it had touched Harry. How? Quirrell gasped. Alchemy. The discipline that understands magic instead of just using it. Harry stepped forward. The stone's field moved with him, crimson light lapping at the edges of the chamber. You're a gifted wizard, Professor. Under other circumstances, I might have learned something from you. But you invited a monster into your body, and it's killing you. Let me help. He can't help you, Voldemort hissed from the back of Quirrell's head. He's a child. A child with a toy. A child who removed your Horcrux from his own skull with this toy. A child who just transmuted your killing curse into confetti. Harry's voice was calm, measured, and he directed it past Quirrell, at the face on the back of his head. You're afraid, Tom. You've been afraid since the night your curse bounced. You're afraid because you spent your whole life trying to defeat death, and a 1-year-old beat you at it without trying. Do not call me by that name. The chamber shook. The torches flickered. Voldemort's rage was a physical thing, a wave of dark magic that radiated from Quirrell's body and slammed into Harry's field. The crimson light held, but Harry felt the impact, felt the stone strain to absorb and transmute the sheer volume of malice. Seize him. Voldemort screamed. Use your hands. Quirrell lunged. His hands closed around Harry's throat. The moment Quirrell's skin touched Harry's, two things happened. First, Quirrell screamed. A raw, animal sound of agony that bounced off the stone walls and echoed through the chamber. His hands blistered where they touched Harry's neck, red, then white, then black, the flesh burning as though pressed against a red-hot iron. Second, the stone detonated. Not an explosion. A release. The stone's full power, channeled through Harry's core, amplified by the contact between his skin and the dark magic saturating Quirrell's body, erupted outward in a wave of crimson light so intense that the chamber went white. Harry felt his mother's protection activate, the ancient shield that had lived in his blood since the night she died for him. It rose to meet the stone's power and merged with it, love and alchemy fusing into something that was greater than either, something that Voldemort's darkness couldn't touch, couldn't survive, couldn't comprehend. Quirrell's hands fell away from Harry's throat. The man staggered backward, his flesh crumbling, his body failing. The dark magic that had sustained him, Voldemort's parasitic will, was being burned away by the combined force of the stone and Lily Potter's love, and without it, Quirrell was just a man. A dying man, hollowed out, with nothing left to hold him together. Master, Quirrell whispered. His eyes, his own eyes, brown and terrified and human, found Harry's face. Please, Harry reached for him. Not with a spell. With his hand. He pressed his palm against Quirrell's chest, and the stone sang through the contact, and Harry did what Nicolas had taught him to do. Not destruction. Transmutation. He reached for the dark magic coiled around Quirrell's soul, Voldemort's possession, the parasitic bond, and he changed it. It was harder than the Separatio. The fragment in his scar had been a splinter. Voldemort's hold on Quirrell was a chokehold, dense, layered, wrapped around the man's magical core like a constricting snake. But the stone's power was vast, and Harry's focus was absolute, and he poured everything he had into the transmutation. The darkness burned. Not with fire, with light. The crimson radiance of the stone, amplified by Harry's will, flooded through Quirrell's body and converted the darkness into inert energy, heat, light, sound. Voldemort screamed, a sound that had no mouth, a rage that had no body, and Harry felt the Dark Lord's consciousness ripped free from Quirrell like a parasite torn from its host. A shadow erupted from Quirrell's body. Dark, formless, howling. It filled the chamber for a single terrible moment, a wraith of pure malice, red eyes burning in a face of smoke, and then it broke against the stone's field and shattered. Not destroyed. Voldemort had other Horcruxes, other anchors. He couldn't be truly killed while they existed. But the wraith was dispersed, blown apart like smoke in a gale, scattered to the winds. It would take years for him to reconstitute. Years to find another host, another body, another foothold in the living world. For now, he was gone. Quirrell collapsed. Harry caught him, barely. The man was heavier than he looked, and lowered him to the stone floor. Quirrell's eyes were open, glassy, fading. The burns on his hands were spreading. His body, deprived of Voldemort's sustaining magic, was shutting down. "Professor," Harry said. "Stay with me." "It's quiet," Quirrell whispered. His voice was his own again, thin, reedy, wondering. "He's gone. I can hear myself think. Hold on. Dumbledore's coming. Too late for that, I think." Quirrell's lips twitched. The ghost of a smile. "You know, I was a good teacher. Before. Ravenclaw. Top of my year. I know. Tell them I'm sorry. I wasn't strong enough. You survived him for a year. That's stronger than most people could manage." Flatterer. The smile faded. The light in Quirrell's eyes dimmed. "Is it true? What you said? That love, that it's true. Good. That's good too." Quirrell's eyes closed. His breathing stopped. His body went still on the cold stone floor, and Harry knelt beside him, one hand on the man's chest, the stone warm against his own, and felt the last ember of queerness Quirrell flicker and go out. Harry sat back on his heels. His hands were shaking. The chamber was quiet. The mirror stood behind him, reflecting nothing useful, its magic dormant. The torches burned low. He heard running footsteps in the passage behind him. The purple flames parted, and Dumbledore burst through, wand drawn, robes flying, his face a mask of urgency that cracked into something raw and open when he saw Harry kneeling beside Quirrell's body. "Harry, it's over. Voldemort's gone. Dispersed." "Quirrell," Harry's voice caught. Quirrell didn't make it. Dumbledore crossed the chamber in 3 strides and knelt beside him. The old wizard's hands moved over Quirrell's body, casting diagnostic charms that confirmed what Harry already knew. Then Dumbledore sat back, and for a moment, just a moment, the mask of the great wizard, the chess master, the leader, fell away, and Harry saw an old man who was tired and sad and carrying more guilt than any one person should have to bear. "I should have acted sooner," Dumbledore said quietly. "I should have removed Quirrell from the school the moment I suspected. You were gathering information. You were trying to understand the extent of the threat. It was the logical approach." "Logic." "Yes." Dumbledore's voice was bitter. "The same logic that placed a baby on a doorstep in Surrey. The same logic that treats people as pieces on a board. Nicolas was right about me, Harry. He was always right. He didn't think you were wrong. He thought you were incomplete. There's a difference." Dumbledore looked at him. The blue eyes were very bright. "You are 11 years old," he said. "And you are the wisest person in this room. I'm quoting Nicolas. He gets the credit." Dumbledore almost smiled. Then he stood, raised his wand, and sent a Patronus streaking from the chamber, a silver phoenix, blazing through the stone corridors, carrying a message to McGonagall, to Snape, to the castle. Help was coming. Harry stood too. His legs were unsteady. The stone's power was ebbing back to its resting state, the vast crimson field contracting to its steady, familiar pulse. He felt drained in a way he'd never experienced, not physically, but magically. The stone had drawn deeply from his core, and replenishing it would take time. But the job was done. He walked out of the chamber, through the purple flames, through the potions room, through the chess room where the pieces had reset themselves, through the key room where the winged keys circled lazily. He climbed back up through the trapdoor, past a still sleeping Fluffy, and emerged into the third-floor corridor. Ron and Hermione were there. Waiting. They'd retreated to the corridor, as he'd asked, and stayed. Ron was pacing. Hermione was sitting against the wall with her wand across her knees. When Harry came through the door, they both turned, and the expressions on their faces, the relief, the fear, the love, hit him harder than anything Voldemort had thrown. "It's done," Harry said. Hermione stood up. Ron stopped pacing. They looked at him, and he looked at them, and for a moment nobody moved. Then Hermione said, "You're bleeding again," because there was a cut on his forehead, not the scar, a new one, from a piece of flying stone, and Ron said, "Your robes are singed," and Harry said, "Quirrell's dead," and Hermione's hands flew to her mouth, and Ron closed his eyes for a second, and the reality of it settled over the three of them like snow. "Voldemort?" Ron asked. "Dispersed. Not destroyed. He has other Horcruxes, other pieces of his soul hidden in objects. He'll come back eventually. But not soon. Not for years." "Then we have time," Hermione said. "We have time." Ron put his arm around Harry's shoulders. Hermione took his hand. They walked back to Gryffindor Tower together, through the silent castle, past the sleeping portraits and the moonlit corridors, and they didn't talk, because there wasn't anything to say that their presence didn't already express. The days that followed blurred together. The school was told that Quirrell had suffered a fatal magical accident, related to his research into the dark arts. The official story was sanitized, simplified, stripped of Voldemort's involvement. Dumbledore addressed the students at dinner the following evening, his voice grave, his words careful. Professor Quirrell was a talented wizard who made choices that led him into darkness. His death is a tragedy and a warning. Let us remember him with compassion and learn from his mistakes. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table and thought about Quirrell's last moments, the clear eyes, the ghost of a smile, the wonder of hearing his own thoughts for the first time in a year. He didn't cry. But he held the memory carefully, the way you hold something fragile, and placed it alongside Nicholas's letters and Perenelle's laugh and his mother's sacrifice in the part of himself where important things were kept. Dumbledore called Harry to his office 2 days later. The headmaster looked older, or perhaps Harry was just seeing him more clearly now, without the filters of awe and suspicion that had colored their previous interactions. "The replica stone has been destroyed," Dumbledore said. "I shattered it myself. It served its purpose. And the protections? Dismantled. The third-floor corridor is open again. Fluffy has been returned to Hagrid, who is thrilled. The chess set has been reset for recreational use. Professor McGonagall has already challenged Filius to a match." "Who won?" "Filius. Don't tell Minerva I told you." A pause. Dumbledore folded his hands. "Harry, I owe you something more than thanks. I owe you an honest accounting." "Of what?" "Of my failures. I placed you with the Dursleys because I believed the blood protection was paramount. Nicolas took you because he believed a child's well-being was paramount. He was right, and I was wrong, and for 10 years I told myself that the strategic calculus justified the decision. It didn't. No. It didn't. A child is not a chess piece. A child is a person, with needs and rights and a soul that can be damaged by neglect as surely as by dark magic. Nicolas saw that. I didn't. Or I did, and I chose to ignore it, which is worse." Harry was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Nicolas didn't hate you, Dumbledore. He disagreed with you. He thought you were brilliant and compassionate and too willing to sacrifice individuals for the greater good. He said the difference between a chess master and a leader was that a leader remembered that the pieces were alive. Dumbledore's eyes were very bright. He blinked, slowly, and a single tear tracked down his long nose and disappeared into his beard. He said that. The night before I left for Hogwarts. Then I will try to deserve it. The criticism and the compassion both. Dumbledore straightened. What will you do now? Finish the year. Learn everything Hogwarts can teach me. Go home for the summer and grieve. Properly. For Nicolas and Perenelle. I haven't had time yet. And the other Horcruxes? Voldemort's remaining anchors. I'll find them. The stone gives me the ability to sense dark magic at a distance. With enough time and research, I can track them down. But not this year. This year, I need to be 11. Dumbledore smiled. It was the most genuine smile Harry had ever seen from him, warm, tired, and profoundly relieved. Then be 11. Be reckless and foolish and kind. Eat too many sweets. Stay up too late. Argue with your friends about trivial things. You've earned it, Harry. More than anyone I've ever known. I'll try. And Harry, if you ever need anything. Guidance, support, a very old man's perspective on an impossible problem. My door is open. Always. Thank you, Albus. The use of the first name landed. Dumbledore blinked again, and the smile deepened, and something shifted between them, not trust, not yet, but the foundation of it. The beginning of a bridge between an old man who was learning to stop controlling and a young man who was learning to stop carrying everything alone. Spring came to Hogwarts the way it always did, slowly, then all at once. The ice on the lake cracked and broke. The forest turned green. The grounds erupted in wildflowers, and the giant squid resumed its lazy circuits of the lake's surface, one tentacle occasionally waving at passing students. Harry spent the remaining months of the year doing exactly what he'd told Dumbledore he would, being 11. He went to classes. He excelled, quietly, without fanfare, but without hiding. He helped Neville with potions and was helped by Neville in herbology and discovered that the exchange made them both better. He played chess with Ron and lost, repeatedly, and enjoyed every defeat. He studied with Hermione and argued with Hermione and learned from Hermione and taught Hermione, and the intellectual partnership between them deepened into something that felt permanent. He flew. McGonagall, who had witnessed his broom handling during the key room, had a quiet word with him after transfiguration. Mr. Potter, have you considered trying out for the Quidditch team? I'm a first year. Exceptions have been made before. Speak with Oliver Wood. He did. He made Seeker. The youngest in a century. Ron was beside himself with excitement. Hermione read every book on Quidditch strategy she could find, which resulted in her giving Ron a 30-minute lecture on optimal keeper positioning that left Ron simultaneously impressed and exasperated. Malfoy found him after Harry's first match, a win against Slytherin, Harry catching the snitch in a dive that left half the crowd screaming and the other half convinced he was going to die. That was absurd, Malfoy said. His tone was complicated, annoyed, admiring, something else underneath. You fly like gravity doesn't apply to you. It applies. I just negotiate with it. That's not how gravity works. That's not how Muggle gravity works. Magic adds variables. Malfoy almost laughed. He caught it, turned it into a cough, and walked away. But Harry saw the crack in the facade widening, and he thought, give him time. He's getting there. In May, a letter arrived from Ragnarok. Mr. Potter, per your instructions, the Flamel estate has been maintained and secured. The workshop, library, and grounds are in excellent condition. The Athenor remains active, as you requested. Additionally, I wish to inform you that a package was found among Mr. Flamel's personal effects, addressed to you and marked, to be delivered on the last day of Harry's first year at Hogwarts. I have enclosed it with this letter. Respectfully, Ragnock. The package was small, wrapped in brown paper, sealed with wax bearing Nicholas's mark, the alchemical symbol for gold overlaid with the sign of Mercury. Harry opened it in the dormitory, sitting on his bed, the curtains drawn. Inside was a ring. Simple, silver, with a single stone set in the band, not a gem, but a tiny piece of crimson crystal. Harry recognized it immediately. A fragment of the Philosopher's Stone, not the true stone, which pulsed against his chest, but a sliver from one of the early iterations, the imperfect attempts that had preceded the final creation. And a note, in Nicholas's luminous handwriting, "Harry, this ring belonged to Perenelle. She wore it for 400 years. The stone is a fragment of my third attempt at the great work, imperfect, but still potent. It will not transmute gold or produce the elixir, but it will do something more useful, it will remind you. Not of me. You don't need reminding of me. You carry me in everything you are. It will remind you that perfection is not the goal. The goal is the work itself, the striving, the failing, the trying again. The great work is never finished, Harry. Not even by dying. It continues in every person who chooses to make something better than what they found. You are my great work. My magnum, my gold. And you are just beginning. With all the love that 600 years can hold, Nicholas. P.S. Perenelle says to eat your vegetables. She is speaking from beyond the grave on this matter and expects compliance." Harry laughed. The laugh was wet and ragged and real, and it turned into something else halfway through, not crying, exactly, but the release of a grief that had been held too long and needed to move. He put the ring on his left hand. It fit perfectly. The tiny crimson fragment caught the light from the window and burned like a star. He went downstairs. The common room was full. End of term, last night before the feast, the air buzzing with the chaotic energy of students who'd survived their first year and were giddy with it. Ron was playing chess against Seamus, who was losing badly and blaming his Irish heritage. Hermione was reading by the fire, her legs curled under her, her quill making notes in margins. Neville was showing Dean a plant that purred when you stroked its leaves. Harry crossed the room and sat in the armchair between Ron and Hermione. His chair. The one that had been his since the first week, claimed by habit and proximity and the unspoken agreement that this was where Harry Potter belonged. Hermione looked up. She saw the ring. Her eyes softened. "Nicholas?" she asked. "Nicholas." She reached over and squeezed his hand, briefly, then went back to her book. Ron glanced over from his game, saw the ring, said nothing, and moved his knight to e5 in a move that made Seamus groan. The fire crackled. Outside, the June sun was setting over the lake, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson that the stone seemed to drink in. The castle hummed its ancient hum. Somewhere below, Dumbledore was preparing the end-of-year feast. Somewhere above, the stars were waiting to come out. Harry sat with his friends, in his chair, in his common room, in his school, in his world. The stone pulsed against his heart. The ring glowed on his hand. The scar on his forehead was quiet, and clean, and his. He was 11 years old. He was powerful beyond measure. He was loved, and he was grieving, and he was brave, and he was kind. He had lost the man who'd raised him and found the friends who would carry him forward. He had faced the darkest wizard of the age and won, not with violence, not with hatred, but with the steady, transformative power of a discipline that understood that nothing was destroyed, only changed. The great work continued. And Harry Potter, alchemist, Gryffindor, seeker, friend, orphan, son, heir to 6 centuries of wisdom and a love that transcended death, closed his eyes, and breathed, and began.